Okay, we're live. I think I've done all the setup stuff. Probably. We'll find out. It's early in the morning and I'm half awake. Hey Ed,
Morning.
how's your day been going?
Decent enough, actually.
Good.
Good morning.
I had one of those days at work yesterday where just I showed up and I was like, I'm doing this thing today. And I showed up and it was like, email, urgent thing. Okay, let's sort that. And then I'll do this thing. Another email, another urgent thing. Okay, all right, sort that. Let's get that sorted. And then, another urgent thing. Oh, hey, Doc. How's things going? Yeah, and it was like that the whole day. I was just dealing with one thing after another after another. I got to the end of the day, it was like, well, yeah, I guess I wasn't doing that thing today. We'll try
Yeah,
that.
that's how plans usually go.
Yeah. So I definitely have to do that thing on Monday, though, so.
Unless urgent email, but yes.
Yeah. Alright. Opening Elite and opening Voice Attack. Because it's funny when Voice Attack does random stuff. You just did some IRL things and are now chilling, Doc? I mean, that's fair. I am. Okay, that looks correct. There we go. After work yesterday, I got online and I was just browsing around Netflix and I was like, ooh, a new Devil May Cry series. And I binge watched the entire thing.
Makes sense. Was it any good? Was it any good?
Yeah, it was pretty decent.
That's good.
There was there was some interesting characters in it. And some cool fight scenes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. So can't really relate, but as long as you enjoyed it, that's good.
Yeah, it was based on the Devil May Cry video game series. So it stars Dante, who's like a half demon guy, half demon hunter, I guess.
Okay.
And he doesn't take things too seriously in the show, so he's, having fights and quipping like Spider-Man, It's like, oh look, my apartment building is surrounded by well-armed mercenaries, and maybe I should just put some music on. Fight better with music on. Alright, let's switch this over so we're actually streaming the right view. And
All systems ready to go.
Cool. Alright, I can drop that down. I think we're good. %71%. Nice.
Yep. Almost 72, but yeah.
Sumium composites and steel.
As per usual.
Yeah. Only something like what? 68,000 tons?
A little less than 68, yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
It's going down slowly.
It is.
But sure.
Yeah, but technically be less than a Type 2 station left now.
Technically.
It's gonna look cool once it's built though.
I sure am hoping so, and I'm waiting for the... Or maybe that's already in, I don't know. You know, skin customization options for stations.
Yes. I'm not sure if that's in yet or not. They definitely talked about it being coming at some point.
Not am I. Yeah, I've seen the footage of them showing off customizing the stations, but I'm not sure if it's in the game yet.
I've landed at some stations that I swear were like color customized to some degree over the last couple of weeks, and like existing, like in existing systems, like pre-colonization systems.
Fair enough.
So they've definitely got the ability to do it in the game. I just don't know if they've actually released the customization for your own.
Scanning for
makes sense.
anomalies.
Yeah.
None detected.
All right. Team invite. There we go.
Yeah, I found myself with a friend invite when I opened the game today.
Ah, from
No
who?
idea what that person is. I have no idea. It's Commander. Well, okay, I'm not going to shout him out, but it's a commander I've met in open around Trailblazer's Dream, probably.
Fair enough. Would you accept it or decline it?
I don't really mind having people on the friend list. Granted, if we don't interact, they will be removed sooner or later.
Fair enough.
Confirming
I've had like, I don't know, 5 or 6 pages of commanders on my friends list, like, I don't know, half a year ago, give or take. But I
Yeah.
cleansed it, and now it's like not even full 2 pages.
Yeah, I've probably got only like at least on a page. I don't play around
Well, I've
open very
had
often.
a lot because, you know, I often play in open, and actually most of those probably were from the AXI groups, since, you know, I was quite interactive with that in that group.
Fair enough. It wasn't a criticism, it was more of a self-reflection about, you know, should make more friends in the game.
Hull integrity is
Didn't
within
take it
limits.
as a criticism.
All other systems are at normal levels.
Yes, you should. But then again, you would have to play in open, which I understand why you don't want to, so it's fine.
I mean, I don't actually mind too much. The chances of getting ganked by somebody are fairly low.
Yes. But never 0.
Frameshift drive charging.
I've been slowly working on my outpost on my other account as well. It's up to somewhere in the 70%, I think.
I want to say I'm jealous about how fast you can build, but then again. There is not much to be jealous of. If I wasn't building a tier 3 station, I would have colonized like 6 systems by now.
Yeah, pretty much. What?
What happened?
I said, yeah, pretty much, and voice attack decided to take me to my inventory screen.
I guess there is some bugs to be working out in that software.
Apparently, it recognized the command open data. Which is
And now it of course doesn't take you to that screen because why should it?
No, because that was it read that command as opa daughter.
Open daughter. Okay.
Oh, not open. OPEH opa. Sorry.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
I really needed to do more voice training for the computer. WPC. Alright.
Yeah, I wonder whose fault is it for the most part, whether it's voice attack or the voice recognition in Windows.
Yeah, not sure. I'm guessing it's
probably
the
both, you know.
I'm guessing it's the voice recognition in Windows. I'm pretty sure voice attack is tying into that. I mean, I get that I'm from New Zealand and we tend to slur the words a little bit, maybe, compared to some other countries. And then there's the accent as well. But surely I'm not quite that hard to understand.
Yeah, I don't think it's you.
Oh. All right.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, boom, boom.
Docking successful. Engines.
Okay. Let's see how the steel supplies are holding up.
Steel is almost gone, CM and composites are there with plentiful supply.
Well, enough. There's enough there for me to take a full load of steel, though. So.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Might
Well,
as
I
well,
did say almost.
might as well grab it while I have the chance.
Ship raised. Engines engaged.
we can get steel locked off today. Should be nice.
Be nice.
Big port.
Frameshift drive charging.
All right. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Engage system jump.
Jumping.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hey, understood.
Hey, it's not completely useless.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Key systems are at optimum levels, readying for exit.
I'm gonna have to get in contact with my dad after stream today. Hey, Robbie Fox, how's it going? Hope you've had a good day.
Got any plans with him?
No, I'm gonna have to get in contact with him and be like, hey, you started building a you started the construction of a tier 2 station, and then you haven't been in the game for a week.
Charging.
You weren't planning on leaving that all to me, old man, were you? Been asleep all day, woke with COVID and had to call out of work. That sucks, dude. I hope the COVID isn't hitting you too badly.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected.
At least, of course, having COVID is better than going to work. I mean, I don't know what your work environment's like. Very tired and headachy, yeah. Have you had it before, or first time, or?
Frameshift drive charging.
Second time ever.
Confirming
Okay.
exit point 11.
Yeah.
Stand by. Warning.
Yeah, it's been a few years since it was heavily doing the rounds, and I'm guessing everyone's immunity has dropped a little bit again. I think I've had it twice that I know of anyway. So the first time I wouldn't have known, except there was like this, like my partner tested positive for it, because she ended up in the hospital while we were having restrictions over here. And she picked it up while in the hospital and then came home and tested positive. And so because she tested positive, I was forced to test. And yeah, I called it off her, which was fine. I wouldn't even known I had it. It was just a mild sore throat. And yeah, the second time was slightly worse, but no worse than a cold. You got some Elite Dangerous in at least? Yeah, that's always a plus, right? I take it your job isn't one of those ones that can be done from home, like mine. I would still have to be at work. I'd just be at my work laptop in my house working away. Which is the downside of
Request granted.
having a computer job, I guess.
Can be a downside and an upside.
Yeah, I mean, I all in office at my place. All right, fair enough. Yep. Yeah, I enjoy working from home because, you know, I can go out and I can pet the dog and other stuff. So I work from home more than I work at the office by a fair margin. But at the same time, if you're only mildly sick, but like with something contagious, you still end up working. I honestly feel like my work might have tried to do the everyone comes back to the office thing, except that they had, over the last couple of years, they'd grown the staff so much that if everyone came back into the office, we wouldn't have enough space.
I mean, that's good. For the company, I mean.
It's mostly good.
Engaged.
Could probably logged in and done some emails, but nah, yeah, fair enough. I mean, sometimes when you're sick, you're sick. Plenty of vacation to use. We get sick days over here, so
Request granted.
it used to be mandatory to have. Well, why am I doing docking request? What am I doing? System colonization ship. Where am I going? It used to be government mandatory to offer 5 days a year sick leave to staff. And when I started at my work, they gave us 10, which I quite appreciated. And then the other day I was talking to one of the project managers. No, it's no sick days, which is crazy. Yeah. I was talking to one of the project managers the other day. Well, not the other couple of weeks, like 2 months ago, something like that.
Frameshift drive charging.
And I was like, oh, I'm feeling a little bit shit. And he's like, oh, you could take the day off if you wanted, like, you know. And I'm like, oh, I could. I still have sick days. And he's like, don't we have unlimited sick days? And I was like, not as far as I know.
3, 2,
And then
1.
I was checking my leave balances the other week, and and I was expecting it to be like 11 sick days or something like that, which should have ticked up another 10 next week, because I was like, I started in early April when I first started there. But then it was like leave balance 999 sick days. I was like, oh, okay, shit. Apparently we do have unlimited sick days now.
Warning.
Okay.
Temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Not that it makes any practical difference because I never ran out of sick days anyway, but yeah.
True, but still. It's nice knowing that you had to have it on if you really needed it.
Yeah. It's good to know that if I got hospitalized like a month or something, like I wouldn't have to start cutting into my annual leave.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, Robbie and Robbie's worker that's no sick days would be illegal in half the world, probably.
Navigation
Most of
for
the
next
world.
system.
Well, civilized. Granted.
Yeah. Yeah. You can definitely run out of sick days in most places, but like you
All
can't
systems
just not have any
checked.
to begin
No
with.
unusual activity. It's
Warning, temperature critical.
Whee. Guess what I did the other day?
Do I want to know?
Probably. You'll find it funny. We discussed it. We said one of
I'm
us
not
would
going
do
to
it.
guess them because it's funny and I'm not that creative. Oh look, me being funny. Anyway, you were saying?
I got distracted and flew back to the colonization ship with a full load of cargo on board. To the colonization mega ship.
Congratulations.
I went back and I was like, right, buy titanium for my outpost. And it's like, and then it goes, you have 728 tons of titanium on in your cargo bay. And I'm like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah. It was like only a couple of days after we discussed it on stream going, one of us is going to do this at some point.
Hate to be proven wrong, but there we went. There you went, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm sure it would have happened to me as well by now, but you know the tool I have on my other monitor clearly states what I do, whether I do have cargo or not.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I was just playing and doing other stuff at the same time. Like, you know, like getting dinner ready and then coming while something was like, you know, potatoes are on and I don't have to cook the sausages yet, so I'll come back and do another cargo run. So I just, yeah, wasn't quite paying attention. Boom, boom. Alright, Trailblazer Dream.
Orbital flight engaged.
Okay, I was. Okay, yeah. Yes, we are playing together because. Brain, thank you very much for telling me that now.
Huh? What?
I was getting kind of angry that the tool is again not counting me delivering stuff, But then I realized, wait, you delivered stuff. That's the difference. Never
Yes.
mind. All is good.
Yes, I have delivered stuff.
But you know, Brain only decided to inform me of that situation like 5 minutes later.
Yeah, that happens.
Granted, I wasn't opening the code editor because, like, you know, I don't really care that much. But yeah, still.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, by the way, today was the last visit to the dentist to fix.
Docking successful.
I'm quite happy
Engines
with.
disengaged.
Yeah, I imagine.
Not with, about. Like,
Yes, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do not find the dentist to be fun in any way, shape, or form.
It wasn't fun, but you know, now that I have teeth in good shape again, I'm happy
Cargo hold at maximum
and quite
capacity.
relieved actually.
The dentist here in New Zealand is one of those weird little things that doesn't get included in like government health subsidies. So you got to pay for it all yourself, which is absolutely annoying. It's ridiculously expensive a lot of the time. As such, I'm probably overdue for a dentist visit, but
Oh, I mean, if you take care of your teeth, then there shouldn't be any problems. Keyword shouldn't.
I have a bit of a sweet tooth. I've probably got an occasional small cavity or something
okay.
there that needs to be sorted, but
Frameshift drive charging.
delivering stuff.
Race you to my ship. You just jumped out, I just collected.
Warning.
Let's see who comes in first.
Operating beyond safety
Alright.
limits.
I mean, you do have quite the huge advantage, and yes, of course, you are still going to start boosting it out now.
It's not that I don't know that I can do that. I just yeah.
You just don't, yeah.
Vector
3, 2,
Okay, well done. It's clear who's going to be first.
Alright, off we go. I can probably even do this too, can't I?
frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage.
Cool, cool.
I've got a pirate after me, and he decided to name himself Piggy Dash Pig.
Biggie Tough Pig. Well, no,
Dash,
Warning. Frameshift
not tough.
operating safety limits.
it might have been his parents' fault. They might have named him that.
Uh,
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay, then I want to sue the parents on behalf of the kid.
I mean, there's been some weird names of our kids, you know, in real life.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put it past the parents.
3, 2,
you, but Piggy Pig. That's taking it a little too far.
Warning.
Alright. Well, I'm approaching your ship, so I think I'm winning.
Yeah, of course you are. You had a system advantage on me.
I still really like this, like, volcano world.
Yeah, me too. Why did I... What? Why did my ship just loop? I didn't boost.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I feel like there's a little bit of a bug or a desync sometimes in the game, because there's been the occasion, not all that often, but the occasional one, where I swear I'm coming in at the right speed, and then for some reason it just overshoots. Like, badly.
I guess I got that now.
Docking request granted.
Don't get me wrong, like, you know, like 19 times out of 20 when I overshoot it's my own fault, but every now and then the game just seems to go,
I mean,
no.
of course. But,
Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, 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 boom.
Parking at the front, are we?
Apparently.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
So I suspect I'm at the back.
No, you are at the front.
I
I
am?
can see you. I can see you.
Fair enough. Alright.
There isn't a landing pad beyond where you parked.
Oh yeah, that I know. I just wasn't sure if I was facing directly at the thrusters or at the front of the ship. Wasn't paying quite
The
enough
front
attention.
of the ship, yeah.
Yeah. How well is everyone's colonization efforts going in this area of space? Hasn't really kicked off like I expected it to.
I know, right? Like they just stole our okay, took our systems that we were planning on taking and then just left.
Yeah. Are they left or are they doing stuff? Let's see.
There is nothing happening in the WASP system. They just build the satellites and that's it. And I
Yeah.
don't know about BT.
Yeah, no, same by the looks of it. At least there's some ground
Yeah.
construction stuff
Right.
going on, but there's been no further space construction.
Yep.
0, 0, 0, 0.
I mean, to be fair, maybe they are waiting for, you know, for the system of economy to get better.
Yeah.
That is always possible.
I mean, people are probably looking back at, or they've, you know, found some other systems somewhere else that they're interested in and they're going over that way as well.
Yep.
Or these aren't their first systems and they've claimed them and now they're going back to build out their first systems before they come develop these ones. Could be a lot of explanations. I mean, people are probably looking at our early systems going like, I haven't done much with them.
That is true. Then again, I have done some things with my early systems. Well, it's just them, I guess, the one.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a few things with the first one as well. Actually, if I check my architect payment, yeah. So I got one at 15, which was my first one, which has like an outpost and then a bunch of stuff built, and then the one at 8 is the Quad Trust Coriolis station. So that and nothing else, and then 3 systems after that with an outpost and nothing else.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
My first system is Core 15. The 3 outposts that I led to here are all Core 3, and the one Coriolis in the system where single star and 4 places to build is Core 8.
Yeah.
I got 320,000.
There's a certain irony in the fact that I think our total payout is almost identical.
Yeah, yours were 308.
Yeah.
So you got 12,000 less.
Yeah, we both got score 15 in our first systems. Then 1 system with a Coriolis, and then 3 systems with an outpost.
Yep, exactly.
Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning, taking heat damage.
Oop.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think you should be able to get this one done before the Thursday reset, if you've got the time to spare.
If I get the time to spare. That is a big if, but yes.
Leaving system.
There is a holiday coming in 2 weeks. Granted, it's useless for me because in 2 weeks the construction will fail, but you know.
Yeah. You're talking about Easter?
Yes.
Yeah, we have Easter as well, and then we have a public holiday on the Friday immediately following Easter, which means I can take the 3 days off between on the Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday, and get a big chunk of time off work.
Frameshift drive charging.
Do that then.
Oh no, I already applied for it and got it approved. Yeah. It helps that work is still trying to actively manage my leave balance. Because I was slightly cheeky and I ran it up really high in order to convince them to pay out a week's leave to help buy in my new computer. But then they decided to put me on a actual leave management plan where they're trying to like keep my leave under control.
Was it not under control already?
Temperature critical.
Well, it was fine. It's just that it was just like I had like 11 weeks annual leave at some point.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And they don't like it if you go over like oh no, I had 9 weeks annual leave, I think. And they don't like it if you go over like 2 years. But they also seem to think that they're only giving us 4 weeks annual leave, which is like the minimum. But
Leaving system.
I'm pretty sure that they're actually giving us 5.
Maximum light velocity reached.
And if HR hasn't worked that out yet, that's not my problem.
Yeah, you are not going to remind them.
No.
Scanning for anomalies. None
It would screw over a lot of other people besides for myself. I don't really think I don't need to be doing that. Yeah, no, I think there's some people whose contract grants them like 5 weeks annual leave, and some people whose contract grants them 4 weeks annual leave, right? And they've just coded in the system as 5 weeks for everybody because either they screwed something up or the system doesn't handle multiple settings, or I don't know.
Yeah.
So they may be aware that everyone's technically getting 5 weeks, but just in case they're not, we'll be keeping my mouth shut on that.
Okay, please game, stop stuttering. I would like to play. Like, my processor is bored at this point, and yet it's starting to stutter a little for some reason. Even memory is fine.
Docking request granted.
I had a friend ring me up the other day and it's like, my game keeps freezing playing League of Legends. Was it League of Legends or was it Fortnite? It was one of the two. Robbie says this game has been stuttering a lot lately as well. Well, why am I not auto docking? I swear I pressed X. Alright, there we go. Avoid smacking into the ship.
Oh, you've got shields. You can smug into it.
Landing gear deployed.
I've smacked into the one of the ends of the track once, and then blew up completely because, of course.
Yeah, I've blown up completely. Delivering while picking stuff up. Was that ground planet landing that we clipped?
Disengaged.
Yeah, that is true.
My game hasn't been too bad, but I was getting a lot of disconnects the other night, so there is still issues going on in the game.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Okay, jumping out.
Frameshift drive charging.
We will deliver more steel.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Do you think there's any construction, like workplace accidents that happen while you're building these ships? These stations?
You mean on site?
Yeah. Anyway, you get a report, go, your station was built and only 6 workers were crushed by steel beams.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's quite an acceptable rate for a tier 3 station. That's what it used to be like back in the days in some places. They're like, And then in the 1760s, they built this ginormous palace, and only 7 of the workers died from typhoid disease.
Construction successful, not all workers survive.
Or at least that's what the other workers told us happened. Maybe they just ran away, who knows.
To freedom.
Frameshift drive charging.
Some of those Irish genes.
Like, we're not getting paid enough for this. We're gonna go be, you know, highwaymen or something.
4,
Vector
3, 2, 1, engage.
I know we discussed this before, but it would have been nice to see some actual, like, you know, station half built under construction or something outside the colonization ship.
Yep. This has actually been one of the suggestions that a lot of people made.
Frameshift drive charging.
Give us progress.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't, like, the state doesn't really make sense. This construction ship shows up, you deliver a bunch of stuff to it, and then a station immensely bigger than the construction ship, like,
4, 3,
Materializes, yeah.
materializes out of nowhere. It's like, where was it hiding before? Was it under a cloaking device? we hired the Romulans to build it, and they just cloak everything.
low fuel.
That video you sent me the other day of the outpost inside the big station was hilarious though.
I know, right?
It's like every build construction spot around that place was in the same location. They were just stacking stuff on top of each other.
Yeah, and the comments that the Gauntlet News people made that were quite fun as well.
Yeah.
Like, if the workers and the inhabitants don't quite mind huge steel beams coming through their station.
Yeah, just cutting through the bar concourse every, like,
Yeah.
you know, minute or so. Gauntlet News does have that nice dry sense of humour, like, you know.
Yeah,
They just
yeah,
deliver the jokes like they're actual news, you know, like presenters. But I was wondering if that was like deliberate or even an accident.
Docking request
You know?
granted.
Like, did they work out that they all the things were in the same location around the star, all the construction places, or did they just build something and then start building something in the next slot, and the ship showed up right outside the thing they first built?
Yeah, it was kind of implied in the video that they figured something out to put them together, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to find out, probably.
So So if anyone hasn't seen that video, it's maybe I'll even link it in the chat. It is funny. Let's see.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Copy link. That'll work. So this is the video we were talking about. Very, very funny stuff. One thing I do like is when you hand in, you can actually see the little construction progress like bar move just a little bit, even if the percentage doesn't go up. Just, yeah.
Yeah, the bar is taking the not just the rounded down value or rounded up value. It's taking the actual percentage progress. I think I've noticed that as well.
It's nice. It's the only thing that tells you something happened.
Yes. For
Alright.
majority of the deliveries.
Yeah.
Engines engaged.
It is a little crazy, I agree.
Frameshift drive.
And yet I'm still not sorry.
Fair enough. No, it's gotta look good when it's done.
Hopefully.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
All systems checking. No unusual activity. It's more.
Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
I have 2 different heat sinks, so let's just jump in heat sink and not worry about the heat. Baha.
I mean, it's not like you're going to explode.
1. Engage.
I read a couple of ones where I wasn't quite paying attention, and cargo bay door gets damaged, and I lose a few tons of cargo, which is annoying.
That is true.
Cargo door seems like it takes heat damage relatively quickly, and malfunctions relatively quickly.
Yeah, that is true. Funnily enough, that some of the pirates, not all of them, but some of the pirates target the cargo hatch first.
Yeah. All this cargo can spill out while the person's running away.
4, 3, 2.
I saw an hilarious video like many years ago where like someone was flying around and they were in like a python or anaconda or something. And they were in open, a big load of cargo on board, and their combat rank was literally zilch. And this guy seen him, and he was in a clipper, I think, because he was using it for its speed. I guess it was early elite stuff, and he was like, "All right," introduced him as like, "Hey, there was some of your cargo," and the guy tried to fight, right, and got absolutely, the anaconda got it, just got absolutely dealt with. And then it tried to run away, and so he just blew open the cargo hatch and was scooping stuff up. And as soon as the Anaconda got shields, it just came back to continue the fight. And it's like, no, dude, you were getting absolutely hammered. This doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter that your shields came back. And the pirate guy was just like, oh, well, I let him live the first time, but this time, just blew him up.
Yeah.
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's like, you gotta be slightly delusional to think that if you lost the fight so badly the first time, that as soon as you regenerate shields, you can just go back and be like, now I win.
Well, hey, you never know. Maybe the other person went AFK. You got 3 shots.
I also saw a video once of, yeah, that's true. They might have like just been like so busy scooping up cargo they weren't paying attention. But I also saw someone escape a pirate because they were like, drop some cargo. He's like, alright, sir. And then he dropped some cargo, and like he was running before and almost out of range before the pirate realized he'd only dropped limpets.
You can have the limpets. They cost 100 credits.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy's literally deploying, the pirate's literally deploying his cargo scoop and and stuff, and then he's like, hold up. If I was a pirate, I'd just laugh, right? I'd just be like, well, fair enough, I got conned.
At that point, probably.
Docking request granted.
Bum 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 bum.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum 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 bum. Down we go for landing.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
That's a pirate name and a half. Beandle.
How come you getting all the pirates? Where's my pirates?
Yeah, they figured out they can't hunt you.
Well, that's no fun.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I probably should have figured out by now that if they're a solo pirate, they can't hunt anyone in an Imperial cutter, to be honest.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released.
Like,
Engines engaged.
we keep pulling over this Commander Eduardo in his Imperial cutter, and then he just runs away and jumps out before we can do anything. Why are those ships so fast? Doesn't even have shields, and we still can't get them.
Yep. Good luck catching me.
Drive charged.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about the Imperial cutter, right? There's nothing big enough to mass lock it that's also fast enough to keep up with it.
Except for the Targoids, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, nothing human
Navigation for next
palatable.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe another cutter. Please.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
I think if the Maslock factor is the same, you don't Maslock each other.
That's true. But if you got fully engineered thrusters that are running 4 pips to thrusters and the other people are running... I suppose they could run 4 to... The pirates could run 4 to engines and 2 to weapons. Probably keep up.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, you definitely need engineering on most ships to be able to keep up with boost speed of a cutter that is fully engineered.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Maximum velocity.
And I'm even faster now because I like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I did a side quest
Confirming exit
to
point delivery. Stand.
get the experimental engineering on my thruster. So yeah, I'm boosting to 460 something.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's ridiculous for a huge ship, right? The top speed
is.
is just ridiculous.
Frameshift drive charging.
If I ever go pirate NPCs, I'll probably take the cutter and just be like, all right, try and run.
4,
Vector.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Boom, 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 boom.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Temperature critical. Well, that's no good.
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
All right. I'm not actually sure what I'm doing right at the moment, but I think I'm heading back to its colonization ship with a load of steel.
Yeah, since you are in the same system that I am in, somewhat likely. Well, not I am in. My ship is in. My colonization ship is in.
Yeah. I overshot. That was entirely my fault. Can't blame the game on that one. Loop of glory. Dum, 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 dum. Alright, I've checked behind your colonization ship and there's nothing there.
It's safe from pirates, is it?
Yeah. No Fargoids hanging out, like, in the shadow of the ship. So how do we suspect FDeb is going on fixing all the colonization issues?
But let me pull out my crystal ball to find out.
You're probably still sitting there looking at the background simulation, like economy stuff, scratching their heads and going, "Oh, Jesus Christ, I don't know."
Although there has been a video, I don't know by who, I don't remember, that suggested that maybe the background simulations is being sunsetted. I think it was Burst to burp it.
Gear deployed.
Okay.
Like, okay, yes, it was a speculation. Like it was like they speculated that it may be being sunsetted
Engines disengaged.
in favor of the Power Plane 2.0. And they gave reasons for why they think so, but I don't remember. I just remember the main topic.
Fair enough. I'll have to dig that video out and have a look.
I can send it to you.
Sure. $74%. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Continue the loop.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Oh, nice.
Yep, that's the video. It's
Alright.
like 2 days old.
Yeah. Alright. I won't watch it just yet, but I will do a 3-minute ad break because pre-rolls are back on for people coming into the channel. I doubt anyone's going to miss anything particularly exciting. I'm just rerunning back to pick up more steel. Maybe I will get attacked by a pirate, who knows, but anyway, ad break. Trying to keep the pre-rolls off for people coming into the channel.
They are annoying. I tried to watch like 2 channels earlier today, and they both hit me with ads when I opened the channel first, and I was like, nope, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like some people don't mind the pre-rolls if they avoid the ads when they're actually in the channel. But I've heard mostly people will prefer in-channel like ads every hour and no pre-rolls.
Yeah, makes sense.
But it's just one of those things where it's like you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. You either get people not joining, not coming to check out the channel because the pre-rolls put them off and they just jump somewhere else. Like what happened with you with those other channels? Or you get people complaining that they're missing some of the gameplay or something because, you know, they had to, you run a 3-minute ad break every hour.
Yeah.
I saw the other day that they were talking about the making the monetization available for everyone from the get-go on Twitch.
Okay.
And then there was a clarification in a later interview with like the head of Twitch. Who's like, "Oh, you know, monetization will be available for everyone, but you can't withdraw the money until you become affiliate. But you can spend it
Okay.
on our website. So literally, money you earn from the stream could go to pay for subs to somebody else's stream or something along those lines."
Oh, that's nice. So you can't withdraw them, but you can use them.
Yeah, you can
basically.
use some money. Yeah.
That's nice.
Frameshift drive charging.
The thing that I'm worried that maybe people won't understand though is that I'm not sure, because it hasn't specified. They've only talked about the monetization features and what I've seen, but I haven't done a deep dive into every bit of it. But there's no way they're giving monetization to people without them signing up to some sort of agreement around ads, right? Like the same as an affiliate.
Readying for exit.
I mean, they can just update the tools and be done with it.
Yeah, but they make them sign some sort of like when the offers to become when you offer to become an affiliate, you sign when Twitch offers for you to become an affiliate, you sign an affiliate agreement if you want to do that, and then you basically like agree to the ads on your channel, and you get the revenue and the other bits and pieces. And like, as a small streamer, you don't really make any money on Twitch, right? Like.
Oh yeah.
You gotta be probably, I'm guessing, in the 10 plus viewers every time you stream. I would say to start really getting to the point where you're getting the payout every month, and even then it's going to be pretty small. So a lot of people will sign up for the revenue, but not really make any revenue, and then they'll be having ads on their channel right from the get-go, which will impact their growth. And I'm not sure that they get the other stuff that comes with affiliate, because they said, "Oh, we'll give monetization to everyone." It's like, okay, what about emotes and channel points and all the stuff that's fun for the viewers of the channel? Are those getting available to everyone from the get-go, or are you just going to, like the very small streamers? Hey, if you sign up and run ads and kill your viewership, you can get monetization.
I mean, to be fair, they might be thinking about, you know, shutting the smaller streamers off. Because running Twitch is nowhere near cheap, and they are consistently in, you know, loss.
Yes.
They are running at loss.
As others have pointed out, though, it's not even certain that Amazon cares that they run at a loss, right? Like, Amazon is so profitable with so many other things, then Twitch sort of brings in people to the Amazon platform and stuff. So Amazon may well just consider it fine. But I am absolutely certain that is why Twitch is doing this, right? Is that you have these thousands and thousands of, like, well, you know, more than, you know, millions probably of small streamers who use up bandwidth on their servers and stuff. I guess I pressed the button just a little bit too soon there. They use up bandwidth, they cost the company, right? And the company's going, well, if we give them monetization, then we get a share of all the money they earn. We can play ads on their channel, we get a share of this, people pay them for subscriptions and stuff. So they're essentially trying to offset the cost, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I fully understand that. I don't know. I just feel like some people are not going to understand it fully, and they're gonna go into a situation that might be a little bit against their better interests, I suppose.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But, I don't know. Maybe, as I said, maybe that is absolutely their goal to do that. To actually get people off the service. As you said, not consume the bandwidth and the computational power that they need. Like, yeah, okay, I agree that they probably don't really mind, but it's still a money drain, and that's not how you run a business. Not nowadays, anyway.
Yeah, the problem is that if you try and force all the small streamers off, like, you don't know which small streamer coming on is going to be the next, you know, Kaisenet or Iron Mouse, or, you know, the next, like, who's going to be the big thing in like 3 years' time. And so I think what they're trying to do is not so much force the small streamers off. I think they're trying to make a little bit more money from the small streamers to try and offset the loss they make.
Oh, I mean, that could make sense if, as you said, the ads wouldn't have killed the streamers' growth. Which I'm absolutely certain that many people are going to walk into.
Yes. Now, don't get me wrong, there's going to be people that are insanely entertaining and, you know, and stuff, and it's not going to matter whatsoever, and they're going to grow quickly. Or they're going to get discovered or some other means, you know. They end up in a collab where, like, the clips and stuff go viral from some other streamer and people discover them that way, or something like that. And it makes a little difference. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that most small streamers, like, give up after, like, within a year.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Which, I mean, makes sense. A lot of people probably come on here, start Twitch streaming, and then they're like, I'm gonna be big, I'm gonna blow up within like 3 months and start making lots of money and having, you know, and be famous and stuff, and then it doesn't happen, and they're like, oh, get depressed and, you know, and stuff, and be like, oh, well, give me that up.
Yeah. Yeah, the growing on Twitch, and well, rather with streaming in general, is not easy, and many people don't know when they come into it.
Yeah, I feel bad for the VTubers.
Which is fair, like, okay, I get it that not everyone has to have the knowledge beforehand, but still.
Oh, it's a very oversaturated market. Like, you know, lots of people trying to do their thing on here and on YouTube.
I was actually looking up at how many streamers there are monthly, and I found a semi-random tracker that states there have been about 7 million streams monthly in 2024, which is a lot.
Streams or streamers?
Streamers.
Broadcasters, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. Alright.
Yep.
Like,
even now there is supposedly 140,000 people online. Streaming. Yep. Sorry, not online.
Yep, absolutely. You gotta realize that the vast majority of them are streaming to probably less than 3 people, right? Like, that's just...
And that's being generous.
Yeah. Right, so, like, I think I read somewhere that if you... Depending on where you look in the stats, like, some people are, like, if you're streaming to, like... If you're streaming to double digits every time you stream, like, and so I'm talking, like, anywhere 10 CC, 10 viewers upwards, you're probably in the top 3% of Twitch, maybe top 5%, depending on how it's, you know, of all Twitch streamers. You know, the people that are streaming to like 50 people are still considered small streamers by most people's standards, and they are easily in the top 1% of all Twitch streamers. Right? And the people that stream to, like, you know, hundreds or thousands, and they're like the top 0.0, like 1%.
Confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the majority of audiences are scooped up by the big channels. That is almost certainly true.
I actually quite like being a audience member in the channels of like the people that have like lower numbers, not my level of low numbers, right? But like I'm talking like in like the, you know, like 20 people to 100 people type of thing. Because
Yeah, me too actually. Because it's somewhat easier to get to know the streamer themselves.
yeah, and it's more likely
Like
they're
you,
gonna
it's opposed to being like just lost in the sea of spam that the chat is with people that stream to thousands.
yes, yeah. It's much more likely they're gonna notice and reply to a comment you make, and like and the chat keeps things flowing as well. You know what I mean? Like there's like it's just so much easier when you have a chat that is just flowing because it gives you like, you know, gives topics of conversation and things to talk about and stuff, and it just makes the stream entertaining. So there's like that nice little sweet spot, I think, for a viewer where like you have all that, you have that nice flowing stream, and there's a community and there's some vibes happening in chat and stuff, and the streamer can still respond to stuff. And
yeah, and at the same time the chat is not moving too fast. That's, you know, it's next to impossible to read everyone.
yeah, you can see what other people in the chat are saying. So yeah, that's also
Yeah, which actually kind of happened to you the other day when you raided the big-ish channel. Like the raid, I don't think even the raid even got noticed.
yeah.
Now, granted, you raided with like 4 people, but still, you know.
Yeah, it was Mooney. I've rated Mooney before when I first started streaming, once or twice I think, or I've hung out on her channel, and like, I wouldn't have done that except like she will occasionally respond to comments I make on stuff around her thing on like Twitter posts and stuff. Like, so my name should at least be somewhat familiar. So I wouldn't rate a streamer with a couple of 100 people if I never engaged with them in any way, shape, or form in the past. But I don't know. Like that was a little bit of a weird stream, right? Like I raided in, and it was almost like it was like a pre-recorded stream or something. Like I wasn't seeing a lot of interaction happening between her and anything, and what was going on was slightly weird.
I wasn't watching that long, so I wouldn't know. But if
I
that
wasn't
is
either. I had
case,
to.
then fair enough.
I wasn't either. I had to run to work, and I may have misread that, but I don't know. The energy felt different, I guess, from what I've seen from her in the past. But normally she streams at like 4 AM in the morning my time, and she's long done by the time I've finished stream. So that was like, I was like, oh well, Mooney's still on, so I'll raid Mooney because, you know, she's entertaining. But I don't know, maybe she was doing something like she had her stream and then she was going to be doing some collab or something, and she had something going that was filling in time between the two things or something. Normally I think she would have stopped for the day. Not really sure. Doesn't matter anyway. Sometimes you.
Not at this point.
Yeah. Sometimes you raid out and then the person is like in the middle of a collab or something, and they just sort of go, "Oh, raid, oh, cool, hi, one," and then they're back to their collab thing. And sometimes, you know, you end up with having a conversation with the person, which generally works better when I don't have to run off to work.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, yeah, you can have the conversation if you don't need to leave, like, quite immediately.
Yeah. I always do try to hang around for a few comments or something.
That is true. Yeah, I noticed you doing that.
Yeah. Because if that feels, I don't know, it just feels better to me than just raiding in and then immediately saying, "Hi, see ya."
Yep.
Yeah. The occasional, "Oh, how's the stream going? What's the game like?" comments, and then eventually saying, "Sorry, I do have to go, but have a great stream."
Yep. But I like that you that. You know, I've been to streams that just end and don't raid anyone, which is somewhat weird to me. But it's, I mean, to each their own, of course. Like, there is no shame in it. If you don't want to raid anyone, that's fine.
Frameshift drive
It just seems so strange to me.
I think a lot of new streamers get like worried about raiding, like, you know, like, oh, I'm raiding somebody I don't know, or, you know,
Navigation.
this person has, I like this person, but they have 20 viewers or 50 viewers and I have like 2, you know, and it's like, most of the time it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I wouldn't raid somebody who has like thousands of viewers. I probably wouldn't raid someone who has a couple of hundred viewers that I've never interacted with in any way, shape or form before.
I gotcha.
But most of the time you can raid somebody who's a fair bit bigger than you, and it's not going to come across as, especially if you hang around and chat afterwards, right? Like, it's not going to come across as you're trying to, I guess, influence, poach, or whatever, or...
Yeah, gotcha.
Frameshift drive charging.
And I actually agree. Like, you know, there is almost always someone that you could raid. Be it a bigger channel or smaller channel, doesn't really matter.
4, 3,
Yeah.
2,
But as I said, like, there is no shame from me if you don't want to raid anyone. That's perfectly fine. And if that's what you prefer, that's what you prefer.
There's one or two streams I've had where I've been like, let's go and raid somebody, and then I'll like click the raid button, and there'll just be like no one in my followers list that's on, and that's like someone I would raid. You know, like, I'm not raiding like big streamers that are where I hang out and chat, but they don't really notice me or anything. That's just, yeah. And then I'm like, and then it's so, I mean, and then sometimes when that happens, right, you're like, oh, well, I'll just find someone who's playing the same game that's like roughly the same size as me, you know, and just raid them. Even if if you have no idea who they are, you can do that. That's fine. And then other times, there's been the occasional one where I'm just like, oh, I do not have the energy to try and figure this out, so I'll just be like, all right, no raid this time.
Fair enough.
But
I was actually going to say that I get the potential of there being an anxiety to raiding someone you don't know. Like, you don't know what their audience is like, you don't know what will happen if you raid them. I have actually heard about instances where people raided each other and... not each other. A streamer raided the other streamer, and then they got, for lack of a better word, hunted in the game that they streamed in by the streamer that they raided. I have heard of that happening.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's always the weird shit, right? Like, but it's like the news, right? It's like, you know, you hear about the occasional plane crash, but nobody reports. Nobody tells stories about the, like, 99.9% of plane flights that go safely. Yeah. It's like...
No anomalies detected.
So the stories like that always bubble to the top, but they're few and far between.
Key system.
I mean, sure, I'm fairly sure that is the case. Like, this what I just described, I'm mostly certain that doesn't happen often. I'm just saying I get the potential of anxiety of being there to be very of raiding someone you don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You know, there are people that cannot make phone calls after all.
Yeah, it's almost like a younger generation thing, isn't it? To some extent.
Well,
they
define
just-
younger generation because I have a friend that is like a year or two younger than me, and he cannot make phone calls either.
I'm sure it's across every generation, but like, I feel like there's this weird thing with the younger generation where they have phones but they only ever text or message, like they never ring like their friends or anything, where it's like, which is weird because they will happily jump into like a Discord voice call with like their friends or stuff like that, but they never actually use their phone to ring their friends.
Yeah, well, this particular friend doesn't like to call even on Discord, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, he's not antisocial. Like, I've been out with him on numerous occasions over the past, I don't even know how many years. Like, he's not antisocial, he just cannot really make calls.
This is like some...
Well, he can, he just doesn't prefer to.
You know, I completely understand that. Like, there's like a thing like with communication, right? Where like so much of communication is not the words you speak. It's, you know, your body language and stuff, and it's really and it's really hard to pick up on, even like and like the nuances of how people talk sometimes over the phone, because it clips like higher and lower like voice tones and stuff a little bit, and so it's very easy, and I imagine this has happened to people where they're like a phone call or a text message or something has been completely misunderstood. And I imagine if that's happened to you a few times, you start to get some anxiety around communicating in that particular way.
In what particular way?
And whichever way has caused you problems. Like, I know my dad doesn't like to message. Oh, no, Dad's probably fine. Who is it? What am I? I know there's someone that didn't like to message people and preferred to ring them. One of my older relatives. Because they've had messages that have been misinterpreted in the past, right? And other people have had phone calls where things have gone haywire and then don't like to ring on the phone. And some people just don't like it because they don't like it, I guess, but...
Yeah, I'm not saying that I was always comfortable with making phone calls. Like, that's obviously not the case. No one is born that way. Almost no one, I guess. But yeah, I got comfortable about talking to people on phone, even on calls, like we are on right now. And I usually kind of actually even prefer that, because the bandwidth of text messages is just so low, and the context of your voice gets lost in the written form. It's just so much easier to just talk to someone for 5 minutes instead of like a chat messages exchange for like an hour to achieve the same goal.
Yeah. Robbie's saying he grew up in the later days of landline and used the phone here and there. But I hate calling people. Causes anxiety, I'm not even sure why sometimes. Even Discord makes me like that for the first 5-10 minutes. I understand Discord, I understand it with Discord and stuff, especially when you're talking to somebody you don't know very well. Like, you know, you're making a new friend or something and you're worried you're going to put your foot in your mouth and say the wrong thing, or, you know. And yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people just think that every time they get a phone call that's bad news.
I mean, that may as well be true, I don't know. But
I like that with letters, to be honest. I get something in the letterbox, I'm like, oh yeah, you know, and it's going to be something that says like, your payment that was due to go out last week failed, and now you have to pay us like a fee or something on top of it. Or, yeah, it's always something like that that shows up in the letterbox. So I had the same sort of thing, but it's about actual letters. I'm like, nothing that shows up in the letterbox is ever good news.
Yeah, I've been actually kind of the same with my you know, letterbox. The funny thing is now I'm in the opposite crowd, that I haven't received mail, well, quite literally in months, if not years at this point. And I'm starting to get the anxiety of like, okay, what am I missing? Why is no one writing me, no one reminding me about bills? There has to be something that I'm not paying and no one is noticing and or emailing me about it. Or rather mailing about it. That's my current fear about not getting any physical mail currently for months at least, if not years.
Yeah, so like when you're younger and you're a student and stuff, like you're always like struggling with the bills and that. And I mean, like at some points I struggle with bills and stuff still, but like most of the time it's fine, right? So like I pay it on time and then nothing shows up in the mailbox. When you're a student, you're like or younger and you're not well paid or whatever, you tend to get a lot of those letters going, oh, you missed your payment, or you're overdue on your power bill, or and yeah. So I get where that comes from me, and probably for a lot of other people like you as well. Like it's just you know. Whereas in like if you were like my dad or my grandparents or something, like you're probably from the age where you actually got letters from people in the mail. You know what I mean? Like.
I mean, yeah, that hasn't happened in a long time, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I have had a pen pal from Amsterdam, I want to say, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't quite remember. But it was like number of years ago, like 20 plus at this point.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that kind of thing is cool, right? And that's what a lot of people had back in the day. Now a lot of that's just done by email. I mean, even the notifications that I missed a payment on something because something's screwed up or something just comes by email. Anyway, Robbie's saying, I think it's a lot of me liking to think about what I'm going to say before I say it on the phone. I feel like I'm on the spot. I might say something dumb.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, there are definitely people that are just natural born yappers, or have got that way just because they've done it so much that they've gotten comfortable with it. And then there's other people that like to think about what they want to say, and you know.
Yeah. I mean, there are certainly ways to get better at talking to people. I think the biggest boost in my comfortability was when I was the exchange student in the US for 10 months. And there was one of the classes was like public speaking, and like for several months I was not forced to, but the assignments were in the form of like you get a topic, prepare something for it, and stand up and go present in front of the whole class. Like even if it was like 10 people, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It was just just start talking. Doesn't matter what you say. Oh, okay, it matters what you say. It has to be on topic. But other than that, go stand up, speak. Doesn't really matter what you say. In the overall. I think it's the overall end of the goal. Like, this was a good class for me to take when I was there, and this is probably what made me feel comfortable talking to people, even to large crowds.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they offered public speaking as an option when I was at school. And it would have been probably a useful thing to take, to be fair.
We didn't have it in Slovakia either. This was just the US thing that I noticed.
Yeah. It does feel very...
yes, it would have been useful, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Because even when I started working in IT and stuff, like right early on, I was always very, like, didn't want to speak up in meetings and stuff, you know? Like, what if the idea or the thing I'm questioning is idiotic and makes me look stupid? Type of.
Imposter syndrome, yeah, I get it.
Right. Like, And now I have no real problem with it because I've done it for so long, you know, like I'm just gonna be like, even if the thing I'm pointing out is probably super obvious to most people, like if you can't guarantee that the people in the meeting have thought about it unless you actually bring it up.
Yeah, I agree.
So sometimes I'll be like, everyone's probably considered this already, but what is the plan if this happens?
Docking request granted.
Yeah, well, either one of two things either happens. Either you get everyone nodding like, yes, this has been thought of, or the other that, yeah, oh yeah, well, no one thought of this, and let's think what happens in this scenario.
Yeah.
Either way, the use case gets resolved early on, which is good.
Yes. No, I've learned that, you very rarely get judged for speaking up in a meeting. It's, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes our biggest problem is actually staying awake in some meetings, though.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Which is why working from home is actually so good, because like you can actually, like, especially if you get to pick the days you work from home in a week, you'd look at your calendar and you'd be like, that 3-hour meeting is going to be a drag to be in person for, so definitely working from home that day. And then sometimes, like, you know, like I'll be listening to the meeting but also playing chess or something.
Successful. Engines
Yeah,
disengaged.
fair enough. If your mind can multitask, then yeah, you can do that. But there are people that cannot multitask, and you know, playing something else or doing something else doesn't even have to be a game is an issue.
It's like my mind absorbs what's being said, right? And then normally it'll take me a couple of seconds after somebody asks a question, right? For my brain to go, oh, that was me. They asked that too. What was asked? And then I was like, okay, I think it was this.
Yeah.
But like, no one really notices that because everyone's like generally muted. So unless you're, oh, someone's bringing a tourist ship to your colonization ship there.
Landing gear retracted.
Yeah.
Ship
So it'll take you a couple of seconds to unmute anyway. But there will be occasions where I'm so zoned out of a meeting after like a couple of hours of it being complete, like, not rubbish, but a complete nothing to do with me or anything I'm interested in. Right? Like other people in the meeting might be interested in something, but I'm often like, you know, like I'll be fair, when they're talking about sprints and other stuff and agile, all I really care is what I'm working on over the next couple of days, and I don't pay too much attention to half the other stuff a lot of the time.
Frameshift drive charged.
And then it's like, sometimes I'll be so zoned out, I'll just have to say, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I missed it. As long as you're
Yeah,
not
that
doing
is
that.
also true. It's very fast, somewhat easy for me to get zoned out completely, that I stop listening and then just, oh, I heard my name. What was asked of me? Yeah,
Yeah.
that has definitely happened to me.
Yeah, no, that definitely happens, yeah.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected. Is that?
It actually happened like, I don't know, a few weeks back. There was an in-person meeting called with the company I work with. And I was informed quite early on before the meeting that I not really needed there, but I was for part of it. So, okay, fine, I said, okay, fine, I'll attend. And no one basically asked me anything or talked to me for, okay, it was like a 2-hour meeting and no one talked to me for a good hour and a half at least. And yeah, I completely zoned out, and then I just, oh, that sounds important, what did you say?
Yeah, no, it does happen. Yeah. Depends, like you said, depends on how long like it's been since something interesting or something directed at you was said in the meeting. Like, you know, if it's like, every 10 minutes or so, you're like, that's fine. Every 15 minutes or so, sure. Once it gets to like, you've been in the meeting for an hour, and like nothing has been of particular importance, and you're not really paying attention, then that's when it's like, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, exactly.
The other time is sometimes I get towards the end of the meeting and I'll be like, shit, I haven't been paying attention to half of this meeting, and a thought just came to mind, but I don't know if it's been discussed or not. Like,
Yeah.
and then you'll be like, and I'll be like, so it may be that this was discussed and I missed it, in which case I'm sorry, but I do need to bring this up.
Yeah.
And then it's only,
Sometimes. Go ahead.
and then sometimes it's embarrassing because you get the occasional one where they go, yeah, we were literally just discussing that 2 minutes ago. And you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sometimes my brain, it looks like it is paying attention instead of me, in place of me actually paying attention, and then it just gives me like a summary of last couple seconds. And it has happened to me before that something was asked of me and I wasn't actively paying attention, but then brain replayed it, and I started answering, which when I finished answering the question, I added at the end that, okay, I think this is what you asked me. If it's not, please repeat the question, but if it is, there's your answer.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even wait for confirmation, didn't even ask, so I just start talking, and if it's the thing you asked me, good. If not, please ask the question again.
Yeah. And
Navigation for next
sometimes part of the problem, right, is that I guess a lot of times information is presented by people that are experts in their field of that information, but they're not necessarily experts in engaging an audience, or, you know what I mean? I've had meetings afterwards where, like, the person has been talking about something I was interested in, but they've been so monotone and so long to get to the point on a bunch of stuff that even though I was interested in the subject, I just could not pay attention to the meeting.
Yeah.
And when that happens, I know for a fact that no one else in that meeting was paying any attention either. Because if I was
Yeah.
interested in it and I wasn't able to pay attention, then no one was paying attention. And I'll confirm that with some like I've got, a few people at work I can talk candid to, and I'll just be like afterwards and be like, do you remember what was discussed in that meeting? And they'll be like, God, no. No, there's no chance. And I'm like, it's a blur. Yeah. It'd be like, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. But there's this thing, like sometimes you get people that are like, they'll bring in, like, a company is doing something for you, and they'll bring in some members of the development team, and that development team will be very good at what they do, but they're just not very good at relaying the information in a way that keeps people interested, It's very monotone, and, and then we can go and deploy the pipeline and make that, and you're just like, oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I did my degree, we had a lecturer like that. Like, most lecturers would engage the class, ask questions, and make analogies, like to sort of link ideas to things people already knew and stuff. But you had one lecturer that I can't even tell you what he taught, to be honest. I can't remember now. I just remember sitting in the class and he would just read out of the textbook in this monotone voice. And you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah. There's no way I'm retaining any of this information. It's just not happening.
It's very much true.
So there's definite skill, I think, to being like a good trainer, right? Like a good being able to teach other people.
That is definitely true. I still remember the teachers that I had in college that were good at it, and I have zero idea what the other lecturers or teachers were. I don't even remember their names or even what they taught.
Yeah.
But I still remember a lecture where the teacher or the lecturer
Engines disengaged.
it was like a slide about programming, and all the slide contains was like 7 or 9 semicolons, and the introduction was, "Oh, this is a valid code. Now let's talk about it." You know, just was so entertaining.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Win. I'm right behind you.
Nice. Yeah, no, it's definitely if you have someone who's teaching stuff, but they can make it fun and they can engage with ideas you already know, like using analogies and stuff, you know, and then yeah, there's a different skill to doing that, you know, and it's not really, well, I mean, it's probably taught in some places, but it doesn't seem to be something that's taught all that often, I guess.
Yep.
But one thing I did realise is that I did learn some stuff about communication while I was doing my degree and stuff. There was the occasional, like, subject that taught about, like, proper communication techniques and stuff, right? And, like, and then I, like, but I never really thought much about it while I was working. And then, like, many years ago at the job I'm currently at, they brought in this, like, company to teach proper communication stuff, right? And they went over this whole bunch of stuff that I already knew, and I was like, oh my god, this is such a waste of time. And then, like, a whole bunch of people in the class, like, the, you know, a whole bunch of people I work with, like, not necessarily in IT, just across the business, were like being all excited and going like, I never knew this, I know, oh, this is amazing. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And so I realized that there is some knowledge that sometimes you take for granted that,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
It's easy for people that are at least somewhat professional in their field to forget that what knowledge they have, it took years and years, sometimes decades, to acquire,
Yes.
and that not everyone has that knowledge and or experience that you have. Like, I've seen it at work actually too, because I've been using SSH keys for basically everything, from Git to servers to signing commits and, you know, almost everything.
Yeah.
And then we needed to self-host a package on our Git, and I just made it, you know, accessible with SSH key, and then I spent next 2 or 3 days teaching everyone how to even set up the SSH keys, how to use them, how to have them in the SSH agent, and so on and so forth, how to even clone the repository.
Yeah.
I just didn't, it didn't even click to me that, didn't even realize that not everyone has the knowledge and or experience that I have.
Yeah, exactly. And it can be in, like, stuff in your, and it doesn't have to be work related, it can be stuff in personal life as well, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
and sometimes it's just this weird gap. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my dad was actually into photography, and he had this really flash camera, and I always liked it, right? And then many years later as an adult, I got into photography, and Dad has, like, some modern digital photography stuff, and we were at a festival, like a lantern, like, you know, one of those, like, Chinese lantern parade type festivals with, like, the glowing, like, lanterns in various shapes, like tigers and dragons and stuff. It was very cool. And, like, and we were snapping photos away, and then Dad goes, oh, it's getting too dark now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, it's getting too dark to take photos. And it took me, like, a couple of minutes of talking to him to realize what he was talking about. And it was that because he'd come from a background of film photography, he didn't realize that you could, like, change the sensitivity of the sensor in your camera to light. Like, by bumping, there's, like the ISO value, right? Like,
Yeah.
and so, like, I had to link it back to film for him. I was like, do you remember when you were doing film photography back when I was young? He's like, yeah. Did you ever try the different types of films that were more sensitive to light, like, you know, dimmer shoot? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, your camera can do that built in now. Like, so, like, you just change the ISO setting on the back here. Like, you'll get more grain and more noise in your shots, but you can keep shooting. And it was like, and he had no idea. It just never like tweaked onto that, I guess.
Yep. Yep, I get it completely.
Frameshift drive charging.
It was quite funny when because there was a photography course here that like the local polytechnic, I guess, just kind of like tertiary education, but not like a university, more hands-on like stuff, you know.
Yeah, we have that too.
Yeah, cool, excellent. Yeah, so they were running intro to photography course that you could do after like 2 nights a week after work, and then like for a couple of hours every second weekend as well. Right, so I was like, well, I can fit that in. That sounds cool. Like I'd started photography and I'd done stuff, and so I went there, and they were like, the first day there was like all these people there. Like, it was kind of weird. Like, obviously signed up way more people than they thought were actually going to show up, and all the people showed up.
Okay.
Like, because they were like trying to figure out how to handle this massive class of people, and I'm like, you took enrollments. People had to pay for this. How did you not? Like, how did you not know there was? But the first night, because it was like 2 hours after work, right? It was like just everyone giving an introduction of who they were and why they were on this course, and almost everybody in this like class of 50 people was like, I have this nice camera, but I don't know how to use it. Like, I don't know how to change the settings on it and stuff. And I'm like, well, I have this nice camera, and I've worked out all the stuff to do with how to change the settings and stuff. I just want to know like more about, like, you know, actual lighting and all the other bits and pieces that are outside the camera.
Yeah, all the techniques about photography. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, how to pose people and all that kind of stuff. Like, I was literally like I have the internet, I have YouTube, I know how the camera works. Like, it's like, I can shoot in manual mode, I can change the aperture and the ISO and the shutter speed, and I understand what that does to things, and you know, it's like, but all these people just, I guess they got their camera and they just never played with it, or they never figured it out. They get these nice cameras and they just shoot on auto mode for ages.
Now, to be fair, some people, well, probably most people, are not the curious type. Like, you do have to have at least part of the curious gene in you to, like, motivate yourself to figure things out on your own and just fiddle with things, fidget with things. That's what I think. I might be completely off, but that's what I think.
Yeah. And some
like,
of the
if nothing fascinates you, you're not going to search for stuff, look up stuff, to learn stuff on your own.
Yeah, and there's some people who have this idea that they need to be taught stuff by other people, I guess. Like you know what I mean? Like, they're like, I don't know. It's weird to me that they're like, I have this camera, I want to know how to make it work, like do various things with the settings in it and stuff, but I have to go to this course to, you know, I sort of went, oh, this course will be interesting, I'll meet people and I'll probably learn some things and stuff, you know, but like I had the camera and I'd already worked all that particular part of it out. It just, I don't know, feels weird sometimes. It's the same thing at work. I kind of get it more at work. People are worried about breaking stuff. Maybe that's what they're worried about with the camera as well. Maybe they're worried they'll change the settings and then won't be able to figure out how to change it back.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's literally almost everything these days comes with some sort of factory reset to defaults option, but... And I've had to use that once or twice when I've loaned to be fair, I've had to use that once or twice when I've loaned cameras out to people. Like, I loaned a camera to Mum for a while, and then, like, a couple of weeks later she rang me up, and she was like, what am I doing there? Yeah, shit, there we go. she was like, the autofocus stopped working, and I'm like, oh, okay. You probably set it to manual focus, just change it back. And she's like, no, I tried that, didn't work. And I was like, okay, I'll come round tomorrow and I'll have a look. And so then I went round, and I have no idea what she did, but she'd completely broken the autofocus on the camera. Like, it wasn't set to manual focus, it was just, I don't know, what setting she'd managed to change. And then I was just like, right, I'm just resetting this back to factory defaults. So found the option for that in the menu and did that, and then I was like, oh, autofocus is working again, there you go.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
Still don't know what she, still don't know how she did that. Maybe it allowed her to do something weird, like set a small autofocus point and then move it off the actual screen at the back of the camera or something.
Oopsie. Not her.
Ah, yes. You've lost some hull health.
32% to be exact.
But you get the same thing at work sometimes with, like, people just ask you to fix stuff where you're like, if you spent the same amount of time tracking me down that you spent tracking me down to, you know, come over and talk to me and find out where I'm sitting in the office today. If you spend that same amount of time just Googling this, you would have got the answer.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah.
Oh yes, but I
get that. Sometimes people do get the feeling like, yeah, I'm not figuring this out. There is an expert that knows what to do, where to do it. I'm just gonna leave it to them and be done.
Yeah. Yeah, and you get that at work. Like, people also are afraid of breaking something, right? It's like, that spreadsheet you sent me, I didn't want to break it. It's like, you downloaded it, right? Yeah, it's still in your email, right? As well? Yes, well, even if you break the one you saved a copy of, it's not like you've broken every available version of that spreadsheet. Feel free to play with it, that's fine. You know? It's still on my sent email box.
Slightly harder when you do that in the Google Docs or even out of some other cloud service, but yes, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes, I'm just saying, sometimes people, they're like, I was worried about breaking it, and you go, like, if you had thought about that for like 2-3 minutes, you'd realise that that's not actually a problem in this particular scenario. It's like, yeah, it's like multiple copies of that floating around. But yeah, I don't know, it's probably better that they're...
Key systems are at optimal.
It's probably better that they're overly afraid of breaking stuff as opposed to completely unafraid of breaking stuff, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Too much confidence can bring down production even if you don't know how to.
Yeah. It was one time, like many years ago, I was working on something at work, and I like sent a spreadsheet to someone, and they're like, okay, do you know stuff about spreadsheets? So I'm like, well, I know a bit, you know, I know the stuff I normally do. I know VLOOKUPs, I know pivot tables and all that kind of stuff. But if you're looking for someone to do something like mail merges or something, that's not really in my area of expertise. And like, oh well, got this spreadsheet, and I enter data into it, and then I want that data to appear on another tab. And I'm like, okay, so it's just a formula, right? Like, you just go, it equals this field on this sheet. And they're like, no, I want a button to press. Why? No, I want a button to press, so when I press it, it moves the data across. I'm like, oh, well, I guess we can do that. And so, like, after pushing back a little bit, but she was adamant she wanted the button, and I was like, okay, well, apparently it's not just formulas, we're going to be doing button and macro code. So I did that for her, and then that worked fine for a while, and then like about 3 months later, she came back and was like, your spreadsheet broke. And I'm like, okay. Take me to your computer. So I walked over there and I looked at it and I was like, why are the names on the sheets changed? And she's like, oh, I renamed them. And I was like, let me guess, right after you renamed them, the spreadsheet broke. And she was like, yes. And I'm like, did it occur to you that there might have been a correlation between you renaming the sheets and the spreadsheet breaking? And she's like, no. Like, god damn it. All right, rename them back and the code will work again. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally renamed the sheets that were referenced by name in the macro code with the button that was totally unneeded, but she insisted she needed. And then it was like, oh, immediately breaks, and it just doesn't... just doesn't occur to her at all that it was related to what she did.
Docking request granted.
Made some early evening coffee. Nice. I'm not a coffee drinker myself, but I do like the energy drinks. So at this point, I don't think they have much effect on me anymore. I should probably give them up for like a month or two.
Yeah, you made yourself numb to the effect.
Yeah, I remember a friend of ours was
Landing gear deployed.
she used to drink a lot of energy drinks, and then she got pregnant and she couldn't, right? And then she, like, I guess sometime after the kid was born, like, she like stopped breastfeeding and stuff, and she was like, all right, I'm gonna have an energy drink, first one in like, you know, a year and a half or something like that, or 2 years or something. And she ended up bouncing off the walls, I swear it. Like, before that wouldn't affect her, and then she had like one energy drink and she was literally wired.
Yep.
Do like the small Red Bull every once in a while? Yeah. My favorite is a brand which I don't think is big overseas, but it is here in New Zealand and I'm guessing probably Australia as well. Just called V. It's just V. But we also have Monster energy drinks and stuff over here, and I enjoy those as well. Red Bull's one of these weird ones where I don't drink them very often, but I don't mind the taste. And I actually enjoyed drinking vodka and Red Bull occasionally when I was out at pubs and stuff.
That's a combination and a half.
Maximum capacity.
I know, right? The last job I was at over 15 years ago, at one point we did we finished a project and the project manager said, here's my credit card, go out on the town. And so we were just literally like at
That's
pubs.
a gaming PC for me.
Right, I know. Well, we were literally just out at a pubs that were known for their cocktails and stuff, and the waitress walked past with like some interesting looking cocktails that she was delivering to somebody else, and we were like, when you come back, we'll have 8 of those, whatever those are. And we were just doing that all night long.
Fair enough.
The weird thing is,
Sorry, didn't mean to broadcast my hiccup.
that's fine. I'm also slow on the mute sometimes, and that happens.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, I have push to talk, which is slightly different problem. I just didn't release the button in time.
Yeah, I'm pretty quick to mute most of the time. I got my mic right here, and it's got a big, like the whole technically top of it, but it's hung upside down. So for me, the bottom is like a touch sensitive mute button. So you just tap it and it turns off.
Yeah.
But every now and then I'll tap it and it doesn't work. Like I'll get hit by a cough or something and I'll go to tap it, it doesn't work, and then I'll cough and be like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Or you tap it to turn it back on and it doesn't turn back on and you're not quite paying enough attention. Like it is a HyperX quad class, so it has a whole like LED light up thing where like it turns the LED lights on when you're not muted and off when you are muted. So it's generally pretty easy to tell, but
Frameshift drive charging.
Sometimes you don't pay enough attention to notice.
yeah, well it's like
Understandable.
it's close to me but off to the side, so it's in my, it's sort of just to the, it's in my periphery vision, and there's one of those round like
Faster than light velocity reached.
one of those round like fabric things in front of it that stop like the sharp type noises, and that tends to block
Engaging
the
exit protocols.
LEDs a little bit. So sometimes, yeah, I'm just not paying enough attention. And then I'll
Yeah,
say,
especially when you don't check for that often. Like, how often do you mute your mic? You know?
sometimes I'll mute it if I'm dealing with the dogs. Sometimes I won't. Depends on what I'm doing. Or
Yeah, but-
like, yeah,
Still not often.
yeah, that's true.
You know, not every like not few times an hour.
That is very true. Yes. And there'll be sometimes you come back, and I'm sure this has happened to everyone that streams, like you'll come back and you'll be like, just, yeah, yapping away, something funny will happen and jab, you make a good joke, and you'll be like, I should clip that, and then you like, go to hit the marker button or something, and then you're like, hold up, why is my mic not red? God damn it, I'm muted, aren't I?
Exit protocol.
Yeah.
There we go.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage.
Key systems are at optimal levels, readying for exit. Filtrex, you wouldn't want to do a mad dog and run out.
Man, Captain Clue is talking a lot. He's been very vocal in the moment.
He didn't recognize any commands in an hour, so gotta
Yeah.
remind you that he's still there.
Yeah.
And why you pay him.
That's true, I mean, I don't use the commands anywhere near as much as I should. But having it actually running and make something I paid money for.
Yeah.
But I've been, part of the problem, of course, is I've been playing Elite a reasonable bit off stream as well. And I don't really bother with the voice attack off stream. So I got a little bit out of the habit of making the commands.
Bad.
And it's all sort of running, all the game stuff is half running on autopilot at the moment, you know. It's like, fly here, pick stuff up, fly back, drop stuff off. Fly here, pick stuff up, fly back, drop stuff off. Sometimes you realize that you've been running on autopilot for a while and you forget what you're actually like doing right at that moment in time.
Oh yeah.
It's like how often I hop in my car going somewhere and then I get like 10 minutes from my house and I realise that I've missed my turn off because I've been thinking about something else and have automatically started driving like I'm heading to work.
Yeah, that has happened to many people probably. The more scarier part is when it has happened to me, is when you coming home or going somewhere and you get there and then you realize, wait, I've been driving on autopilot for past, I don't know, an hour. I have zero recollection of what happened in past hour, but I'm here,
Yeah,
apparently safely.
yeah, your head was just thinking of other stuff where you're not paying any attention to, like any conscious real attention to what you're doing in terms of the driving. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely zero recollection of what has happened in that interval of time.
Yeah, yeah. I remember what I was thinking about, but then I don't remember anything about the actual drive home. Yeah, it absolutely does happen to me. All right.
Docking request granted.
I'm gonna go and use the bathroom. I'll be back shortly. I'll run another 3-minute ad break while I'm gone, because looks like it's about that time anyway. Alright, so see everyone shortly. Be right back.
Lighting gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright, I'm back. Let's hand in I made a special note to myself before I went on that little break that I needed to hand in when I got back and not fly back to the mega ship with a full load of stuff in my cargo hold. Oh, 77%, going good. Cut the amount of steel needed almost in half. Sales stream. Not quite, but getting there.
Isn't it half? It was like 24 something per thousand.
I thought it was 20,400, but I might be wrong.
Oh, fairly sure it was 24,000. Or maybe I'm wrong as well.
You normally got a bit of memory for numbers, I think.
It's not like it matters much.
Like I did work out that I think you were right about the
Frameshift drive charging.
about the outpost. I worked out on my other one that once you've cleared everything except the like the steel, titanium and aluminium, that's about 25%. Not 35%.
Navigation for next system.
2, 1.
It's not a competition, so it's fine.
I know, I'm just saying, like, if I'm not 100% sure that I'm tending to trust your memory a little bit more than mine when it comes to the numbers. But, you know, overall it's not important. It was at 20 or 24,000 and now it's like under 12,000.
Warning, temperature critical.
So either way, it's a solid effort.
Definitely. I'm not entirely sure. I will be here to finish it because it's getting kind of late. It's how past midnight actually.
Frameshift drive
But
charging.
yeah,
I pass. Is your daylight savings clicked over?
yeah. Last weekend.
Last weekend? Alright.
4, 3,
Well,
For us, it's usually the last weekend of March.
mine kicks over tonight, I think.
Check out.
Yeah,
No
shoot.
unusual activity.
You said that it was this weekend.
Yeah, the first Sunday in April for New Zealand, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's going to go back an hour. So for me, tomorrow, so now it's 11:30 AM. For me, tomorrow, it'd be 10:30 AM, I guess. So I'll be starting streaming
Yeah.
even earlier by your standards. Your time zone, I guess.
Be fine earlier, but yeah.
frameshift drive.
I think we are going to sync up again. It's again going to be 12 hours between us.
Leaving system.
Was it? I feel like it's always been 12 or 11 hours, and that at the moment it was
Oh, at the moment it's 13.
13, yeah.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
Because it was almost 10:30 when you started streaming. For me.
I suppose it depends on how you look at it. So if it's 12:30 in the morning for you, and it's 11:30 for me, then that's at 11:30 in the morning for me, then that's actually an 11-hour difference. It's 13 hours if I go forward from my time to 12:30. If I go back to your time, it's 11 hours difference. If that makes sense.
So you are going to start streaming even later than today. Oh, go for fuck's sake. Okay, whatever.
No, well, I'm not sure. I'm getting confused now. Hold up.
We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, your tomorrow.
Drive charging.
You'll be like, you started streaming slightly early, and I'll be like, I've been online for an hour.
4,
Vector.
3, 2, 1, engage.
I'm just saying it was 9:30 by the time you
Confirming
started.
exit point.
Well, almost actually 10 by the time you started. And you started streaming in your time at almost 9 AM.
Yeah, no, I think it'll go, because it'll go back an hour, right? So, if it was around 9:30, but after 9:30, I think it'll go back to being around 8:30 for you when I start streaming tomorrow.
Okay.
But
Well, we shall see in little less than 20 something hours.
yeah, time zones, aren't they fun? It reminds me of the,
Yeah, they should have been for Forbidden a long time ago.
yeah. Do you read,
If it's not used at all, that is. Sorry.
I was going to say, do you read the XKCD comics?
Not regularly,
Really? There's,
but I'm fairly sure I am familiar with the popular ones.
yeah, there was one when like some villain is like, and then we will detonate the explosives all along the fault line, and California will split off from the US and float out to sea. And his minions are like, wait, how far out to sea? It's like, what does it matter? It's like, is it going to end up in another time zone? And then the villain's like, what are you talking about? And then like, someone's like, can we make sure we don't do this on a leap year? And it's like, and then underneath it's got, you can tell who's been a programmer in the past because they've developed a healthy fear of time zone issues.
True.
It's
That
like,
is true.
yeah, it's just like supervillain with programmer Inchman, and the programmer Inchman are like, wait, your plan has problems. We'll have to deal with time zones.
Yeah, unfortunately, been there, done that.
Yeah, it can be annoying.
It is slightly less annoying when you make applications for clients that are in the same time zone as you are. Or well, their applications run in the same time zone that you are. But it can be hell when you make applications that are supposed to be worldwide. I've been there as well. I have had to code an application like 3-4 years ago that had to run show times in the user's time zone, and that was hard enough on its own. But then one of the requirements was that the user can switch their time zone in the settings. Like, if it was easy, then it got hard.
Yeah.
That was hell to do. Like, fortunately there is UTC almost always, and the supporting languages that I did that in, which is being servers and JavaScript, since it was a web application. The support for time zone has improved by a huge margin past few years, so it was somewhat okay-ish to do it, but it was still a headache.
Yeah. I had a weird thing the other day where like I built a report for someone, right? And then they're like, the data looks weird. It looks like a time zone issue, and I'm like, oh, well, hold up. And I went and took a look. So like it looked fine on my local PC. Was built Power BI desktop, and then I published it and gave them a link to it. And when I went into it, like it was like doing a weird date thing where it was putting stuff against future dates for the first couple of days of the month. And it was like obviously treating the date that being used as an American date, right? So like, instead of like the 8th of March, it was doing like the 3rd of September, August, yeah, or something like that. And I was like, God damn it. And so I went back and had a look, and I'm like, but I'm like, why is it doing this? Because like I've literally set the date format on this field in Power BI, right? It's not reading from a database where the date format is an American format. It's so, and the date format has literally been set to date, day / month / year, right? All the thing. And I'm like, all right. And so then I had to do a bit of Google and research, and it's like, and I'm like, why is it only this date field and not like other reports I built? I never got an answer to that. But like I found a solution, which was that when you're formatting it in a particular area, you can, like in the starter query sort of view, you can actually set it to be a specific geographical location date format. So it's able to set it to type, date, format, location, and location New Zealand date time. It's like, or something like that. And so yeah, and that fixed the problem. And I'm like, but why? Like, why was it a problem in the first place? I literally told it what date format to use, and it still went, no, I think you're wrong. It's like, God damn it, Power BI.
Yeah, applications trying to save people is not always the desired outcome.
Yeah. One thing I do like though is that at least with Excel, on the more recent versions of Excel that I've been using at work, alright, I've got stuff right here. They've like there used to be things where we would open something and it would have like open some data in Excel and it would have something that looked like it was a date, but it's not a date, right? Like so it'll just be a field that has a ID value from a system, and the ID value would be something like 3 letters and 4 numbers, right? So you get the occasional one that would be like APR 2106 or something, and the Excel in the past would automatically decide that meant that was April 2106, and would change that to a date, like nothing else in the column, right? Just that one value. And then we'll screw stuff up when you're trying to like send it somewhere to be imported or something. And like, so at least now Excel will go, when you open stuff up, going, hey, we think there's some data types that we can change here. Do you want us to change the data types? And I always just go, no, do not change my damn data types.
Yeah. Yeah, I've dealt with spreadsheets quite a lot since there is like a financial application, well, accounting application rather, that generates a lot of reports in time, and yeah, having to deal with Microsoft formatting everything, usually not to my desires, was a pain in the ass.
Yes, no, it absolutely is. So I appreciate that. But it's like, why was it even a problem in the first place? Like if everything in the column looked like a date, sure, make it a date. Like if everything else in that column looks like a random like string of a combination of numbers, of letters and numbers, and the one field looks like it might possibly be a date, maybe do not assume that that field is a date, Microsoft. Like it's like, take some context for the stuff around it.
There are quite a lot of memes around spreadsheets as well. Like I remember now one showing an issue where you had a column filled with just the first 3 letters of month, and then you filled up the second column with January, so the full name. And spreadsheets recommended February, Marchuary, April, and you know, just repeated the Awari. But it's so funny. Where am I supposed to dock? 7, okay.
There's have you seen the Excel incel like graph or chart thing?
Probably, but do remind me.
I'll send you it. It's a very simple little meme image. I'll just send it to you in DM.
Yep, sure.
Where are we? Scored. It's just that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That one always cracks me up.
Yeah, that is true.
Alright, back to the game anyway.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
And off we go.
4,
Yeah, your delivery, if you have more than 400 steel, will actually drop us into the 4 digits.
Nice. I'm pretty sure I do have, I think I got a full load of steel. Maybe almost a full load.
Confirming exit point to left.
No, a full load. Yep. Cool. That's nice. I remember you saying, you'll feel much more comfortable when it's about like 30,000 tons of stuff to hand in. And we're getting
Oh, yeah.
closer to that.
Well, actually, I meant that per the item.
Per the item.
I've been feeling quite comfortable with the steel for quite some time at this point.
Charging.
Yeah.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Okay.
Frameshift.
Yeah, jumping to your system to hand in. And get steel into the 3-digit range.
4 digit, but yes.
4 digits, sorry.
Not 3 digit.
3, 2,
That would be one load to go. 2 PM, granted, but you know.
Yes, sorry, into the 9, yeah. Not the hundreds, the thousands. There we go, brain is catching up.
Warning.
I'll probably finish off my outpost on my other system at some point today. On my other account. There's only like 27% or something to go, and it's an outpost, so.
Nice. Yeah, that should be few rounds and you should be done. Like what, 6-7 rounds?
Yeah, probably something like that. Ooh. I have a pirate.
Lucy Bliss.
Yeah. Oh,
What a night.
that's fairly normal compared to a lot of pirates.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It was like sarcastic, but yes.
Alright, I'm following.
Is she even going to interdict you?
I have no idea. I did overshoot the thing.
Doesn't look like it.
That does happen sometimes. Sometimes they're like, haha, I found you. And then you just slowly make your way to like the place and dock and stuff, and you'd be like, I wonder what happened to that pirate. Did they get lost?
Yeah, they usually drop next to you when you drop into the station, and then just turn tail and run.
Should I wait for the pirate?
I
I mean, I'm
if you
moving.
want
I'm
to.
moving pretty slowly. They should be able to catch me.
I mean, at this point, you might even crash into the planet. If they do indeed interdict you.
They're in a mamba. Deadly combat rated.
Oh yeah, it's debugged, pirate. When they do the movements that they are doing on your stream, they are bugged. They are not going to interdict you.
Ah, okay.
They should drop to you when you drop to the station, but
No, she didn't. She
they
did.
are not going to.
Commander,
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Under attack.
Alright, let's do this.
Mud blast
that.
rising.
Hello, Lucy.
Goodbye,
How kind
Lucy.
of you to drop it on me. We should talk about your troubled past. You've been a bad girl, Lucy. You have a bounty.
Warning. Temperature critical.
A chaff will help you with my laser, Lucy, but it's not going to stop the missiles, unfortunately.
Warning. Taking heat damage. Under attack.
Okay, so your shield's almost gone, Lucy. Lucy, your shield's almost gone. Your shield is gone.
Deployed.
My shield is still at like over 60%. At this point, you want to run away. There we go. That's sort of figuring it
Is she
out.
actually running? Oh, she is. Interesting.
Taking heat damage.
She might actually be running, yeah.
Yeah. She outran you.
You think she thinks that? It's hard to outrun missiles.
Not impossible, but yes.
Target destroyed.
Oh, $1 million bounty. Thank you, Lucy.
Nice.
This is a very profitable visit for me. Come back again sometime.
Thank you for the donation. See you next time. Certainly.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage.
I don't know, honestly, if I'm a pirate, right, like,
3.
and I see a cargo ship that's got a huge beam laser and then just chopped to the gills with missile launchers, I'd probably be like, maybe this one's someone else.
Yeah, no.
Risk is not quite worth the reward when there's so many other ships I could be going after.
Docking request granted.
Alright. We'll now return to our regularly scheduled steel delivery.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum 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 bum.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Hello.
Oh, hello. I'm just watching you landing. Don't worry about it. What's the weather like in New Zealand now?
In all the anxiety.
Where I am at the moment, it's actually quite sunny. Like some big clouds up there, but quite sunny at the moment. My dog's actually sunbathing on the deck. So she's like, "Oh, are you talking to me?" Turns around and looks at me. But the last couple of days, the last 2 days or so, it's been quite rainy. There was a big cold. I don't think it's cold yet. There's been a couple of chilly nights where I've had to put a blanket on the bed, but mostly been sleeping with just the sheet sort of over the top of me. So yeah, not cold yet, as far as I'm concerned, but different people have different levels of comfort when it comes to that. That's where we are, going this way. And I've always been a little bit...
Deliver?
No, I'm just checking that. I've always been someone who leans to being a bit more comfortable in the cold than in the heat, I guess. 9,280. Still left. Nice.
Oh yeah, I managed to deliver before you, so...
Yeah. It's getting late spring here. Record high almost today at almost 30 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it was quite warm here too.
Yeah, I consider 30 degrees Celsius to be very, very hot, by my standards. Right. Whereas I consider in like the, I guess, sort of around the 15, 16, 18 degrees to be quite comfortable. And then I'm only really cold if I'm in the low single digits, probably. But there's plenty of other people. Yeah, there's plenty of other people around. Well, like, I used to work next to a lady, right, where depending on what the air conditioning was set to that day, I'd either be comfortable and she'd be absolutely freezing, or she'd be comfortable and it'd be so hot in the office that I'd be almost falling asleep at my desk due to the heat. There was just no way to get the air conditioning to a thing that suited both of us.
Frameshift drive charging.
This was at my work's old building. They moved we moved buildings a number of years ago, right? But they had a whole new air conditioning thing put in because people complained, and I tried to tell our CEO that he should leave the old air conditioning panel there with like wired into the thing, just not doing anything, and then tell people that the new air conditioning is run off the old air conditioning panel, and they're allowing people to adjust it to suit if they feel too hot or cold, even though like the new air conditioning was being run off a hidden panel somewhere else. And they just rely on that old like mental effect, go like, I'm cold, I'll turn the air conditioning up a couple of degrees. I feel so much better now.
Drive charging.
But they thought that suggestion was too sneaky. I think it would have cut the air conditioning complaints like down to about a quarter of what they were.
Warning, temperature critical.
Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
There we go. Jumping through. Surprisingly how fast the time goes when you're just kind of yapping away and doing stuff on autopilot.
Yeah. When did it become 3 hours of stream?
Yeah.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by. I need
It looks like next Saturday I'll be doing a collab on a game of Repo though, which should be fun. But I think that's like later on in the afternoon. I'll have to work it out. 7 PM Eastern Standard Time or something along those lines.
I'm already confused with your time zone, don't bring up new ones.
If I'm right, it'll be about 2 or 3 PM in the afternoon, but let's see. So I'm sure I've worked out Eastern Standard Time before. If I just go current time, EST. 6:52 PM. Okay. So it might be, well, it won't be in the afternoon, it'll be... But it won't be right at the start of the stream either. That should be fun.
Isn't that after you stream on Sunday?
Oh, it'll be Saturday, so they were talking about it being the 11th of April, which is technically a Friday, but the 11th of April for the US is my 12th of April, so... Especially the US afternoon.
From what... Oh, if my math works, it's going to be while I'm asleep, so have fun.
Oh, well, we got the old daylight savings, so our time will go down an hour, so I think it'll kick in about this time minus an hour, I guess, next weekend. So time to do something.
Midnight.
What? Yeah. So yeah, midnight. Yeah. So I mean, I'll have time to do a bit of other stuff on stream before that.
Sure. But don't stress it in. If you want to take a break before it, it's fine.
I'll probably start stream to play any other sim games, like flight sims or trucking. I haven't played many other games lately. We have played a few other games together though. There was Medieval Dynasty.
Yep.
Which...
I mean, if you are into trucking, we can always try Euro Truck Simulator or American Truck Simulator, either one. They do have built-in multiplayer support, so that's fine. That's good.
We've also played Portal 2 together, and so we did a lot of multiplayer Portal 2, which was fun. Should do that again at some point. And Escape Simulator.
Whenever you feel like it. Yep.
Docking request granted.
I've never tried Euro Truck.
Do you own it already?
No, I don't own it already, but I could probably find it sometime in the next couple of weeks for sale on Steam. Like, there's always stuff going on sale on Steam. The other week I brought a werewolf game that was like 80% off and was like $1.96.
Nice.
It was like, I'm gonna spend $1.96 so I can buy that. SnowRunner? Is that like trucking in the snow, or is that like snowmobiles or?
It's trucks
Landing gear deployed.
in the snow. Yes.
Like there's like that ice road trucking show or whatever it is, where they're like,
Yep.
we drive the most dangerous road in the world.
There is also this space tracking game which I'm thinking about trying, but not sure about it. It costs quite a bit though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've heard about that one, but I haven't seen much around it. And I'm sure Obsidian Ant or somebody had a video about it at some point I should go and check out. Try that one on Game Pass, it's pretty okay. Nice.
Oh boy, it's 25 euros. Jesus, that's a lot. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, that would be...
Cargo
That'd be
capacity.
expensive for me.
Maximum capacity.
Yeah, that would be like $40 for you.
Oh, it'd be more than that.
But that about.
Surely. Well, which one were we talking about?
Star Tracker.
Oh yeah. Let's have a look. So I go on Steam. Star or Space Trucker? Star Trucker?
Star Tracker.
A base game is 36. Okay. Oh, right. Euros. For a moment there I was thinking I was doing the conversion for pounds in my head. That's why I thought it was going to be a lot more.
What is it, like 40, 50? I believe not even 50.
36.
40, okay.
Unless you're talking
I
about the
wasn't
deluxe.
quite
Unless you're
sure.
talking about the deluxe bundle, in which case it's 44 or 43, 33, but rounding up.
No, I meant the base value.
Yeah.
For me, it's 24 euros 50.
Yeah, so for me it's 36 New Zealand dollars. Yeah. I'm gonna have to buy repo before next weekend though, but that's only $15. I can do that on payday. That's fine.
It's interesting. For you, the game is actually cheaper than for me. Because looking at the conversion rate from euro to New Zealand dollar, 25 euros is actually 49 dollars for you. So you get it $10 cheaper.
Huh. Regional pricing, I guess.
I mean, obviously.
I remember, who was it? I think it was... Oh, his name just went straight out of my head, damn it. 4. Was on his stream once talking about, regional pricing for the game he built.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
He said about something Brazil being their biggest customer despite the game being cheaper than everywhere else.
Ship release.
Yeah, well, he put a, we had lots of people from Brazil saying they wanted to buy his game, and yeah, but they couldn't afford it. So he looked into it, realised that they didn't have that much spare money, so he put a permanent, like, discount on the game. And then he looked into other regions and pricing disparities and stuff. And so he put regional pricing in place for a whole bunch of different stuff, including New Zealand, because he realized that New Zealand, like, when you convert New Zealand dollars to American dollars, you're losing out quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I was quite happy about that when I read that. I was like, it's nice that, you know, occasional game developer goes, actually, for New Zealand, we're going to make the game a bit cheaper because it's a little bit harder to buy there. Like, it just costs a little bit more money.
Frameshift drive
Yep.
charging.
Now, he didn't say this on stream, but it wouldn't have surprised me if he found places where, like, they went on the exchange rate and he put the game up. Price.
Athletic system.
Oh, I'm sure. I was the case. Like this country can buy several. Has a better buying power than us, so you can pay more for it.
Yeah, like Dubai or something. I don't know. This country's where half the people are really rich.
Yep.
I'm actually not sure that's true for Dubai. There's probably quite a large number of like working class and lower income people, I imagine. Just all you hear about is the oil barons.
Oh yeah,
Frameshift drive charging.
and they are probably not playing Steam games.
Oh, you know, apparently Elon Musk is a great gamer, right? Like, so, like, those billionaires, they do get in there.
Hasn't that been debunked?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a little bit of sarcasm in my, my statement there.
Engaging exit protocol.
Did you hear about his plans to rebuild the Social Security like system in the US?
No, must have missed that.
Oh, so apparently they have a really old COBOL-based system over there with lots of like stuff happening, and he was like, "I'll take my team from Doge and we'll rebuild it in something more modern. It'll take 2 months." It's like, yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think there's ever been a scenario where somebody rebuilds something built in COBOL that's a key governmental system that's been in place for many years, for many changes and tweaks and stuff, and replaces that entire thing inside 2 months.
I mean,
Anomaly.
you know,
None detected.
Grog, here is the source code, make it, I don't know, JavaScript. I'm sure that's gonna go down well.
Yeah.
I am actually joking, please don't, if there are any Doge viewers, please don't actually suggest that to anyone.
The problem is that I just don't know if they think it's a good idea,
Charging.
or if they know that it's a terrible idea, but they just don't care that it would cause problems. Like, oh, we didn't pay out most of Social Security. Well, we saved the government a lot of money. That's what we were trying to do anyway. So,
2, 1, engage.
anyway,
Yeah, sometimes it does look like they don't care.
yeah.
But yeah, let's get away from politics.
Politics, yes, no more politics.
Engaging exit protocol.
That was supposed to be more of a IT sort of focused thing anyway. They had the same thing in New Zealand a while back. They the New Zealand government hired somebody to rebuild a system that was for paying teachers in schools and stuff, right? So I guess it must have been run by the Department of Education. And so these people this company built this custom system, rolled it out, and then it didn't really work properly, or very well at all, because they vastly underestimated the complexities involved in what was happening with people's pays and stuff. Because apparently teachers don't get paid much, then they take on all these extra responsibilities, and and for each one they'll get an extra responsibility allowance and ups their pay. So it's not just a straight up payroll system, it's got literally got all these like, you know, like extra responsibilities, extra allowances, all these extra bits and pieces, some of which are taxed, some of which are not taxed, and it's like, it's just, yeah, it just fell over basically, and like teachers were not getting paid for months on end. Or having to do big manual workarounds to like get the payments to work and stuff. And it cost like millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to get it all built in the first place, and then they were talking like the same budget again to fix it up. To make it actually function.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a good idea to rewrite the system to at least even if for nothing else to figure out what all the quirks are and to better understand the system.
Docking request.
Did they actually put the new system into production ever, or is it still running on the old one?
Yeah, no, they put the new system into production, and that's when all the issues came out. Like teachers not getting paid properly, teachers not getting paid
Okay, that
at all.
hasn't been fixed since?
Yeah, it's been fixed since, but yeah, this was a number of years ago. But yeah, it cost a lot of money. The Department of Education basically had to take over ownership of it from the company that had built it and were running it. Basically said, no, you did such a bad job with taking it, and we're going to pay someone else to fix it. Basically. So yeah, that was interesting. And many years ago, I used to work at a government department that had old mainframe system. And while I was there, they were debating replacing that system. And so they got a company in to look at it, and they came back with a quote to replace the system, and the place went, ooh, that much? We'll live with it for a while longer. Not sure if they ever got replaced though. Robbie, you use an old mainframe system? Looks like it's from 1985. Yeah, well, I mean, if it's working and like it's going to cost a crap ton of money to replace it, and at some point, like there must be concerns that at some point though it's going to fall over and not be fixable. I would imagine. It's very reliable. Oh, that's good.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
There is aspects of software I think have gotten less reliable over the years. Some stuff's gotten better, some stuff's gotten worse. Alright, where am I? I'm here, and I'm going to the mega ship. There was a book I read in, all the web-based stuff goes down all the time, yeah. It's because, like, the mainframe is sitting on your system, you got full control of it. Whereas the web-based stuff is probably, it's all relying on various things that, you know, architecture that's off in the web that's floating on top of, you know, something, and some service goes down and it impacts. It happens to us as well, you know, like something goes wrong with the Microsoft
Frameshift drive charging.
architecture service, and then, you know, like all the stuff you're using at work just goes down for half a day. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Or we have like something wrong with our ISP or something, and then at work, and then like all the services are in the web but you can't access them. Yeah, this can also be a problem sometimes.
Warning. Capture critical.
And some stuff it just gets, I don't know, configured wrong these days or whatever, right? Like,
Frameshift drive charging.
like for instance, we have supposed single sign-on in my work, and the most impressive thing about single sign-on is how many times I have to single sign on every day to everything, like every time I access it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure single sign-on means every time, for every single application you access, you must sign on again. Yeah. And then I'll get this thing from Microsoft where it's about an extra layer of authentication. So Microsoft will be like, you want to access Power BI's online service? All right, we have to text a code to your phone. You're like, cool. And then you enter the code. It goes, cool. Do you want us to remember you so we don't ask you again for a while? You click yes. And then 2 hours later, when you reconnect to it, it goes, oh, we need to send you a code. You go, God damn it, Microsoft.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, okay, not hate, but despise the Microsoft products quite a lot, to be honest. I've had nothing but headaches with most of their software.
Some stuff works relatively well, but some stuff, it's
Some
just,
stuff.
it's from that.
Scanning.
And some stuff just cracks me up. Like one time I was like, oh, well, I'm building this SSIS package that I'm going to schedule, right? And I know that there's notifications that will happen to tell me if it fails on that I can set up on the scheduling side of things, right? I was like, but maybe I could get more information out of it if it emailed me from within the SSIS package itself. I was like, can I do this? And I was like, oh yeah, well, there's like an error catching thing, and I can set up this particular task which just sends an email, and I can put the error details in the email, and we'll test this out.
Drive charging.
And then so I did something with the SSIS. I changed some of the data around that it was grabbing in the test system in a way that I knew would produce an error when I tried to process it, and I ran it, and sure enough it produced the error. The error was picked up by this error catching thing, and the task to send the email ran, but that task failed. And then I went into it to look at the error message, and all it said was failed to send email, and then it had underneath this little box this little dollar box goes, was this the error message you saw, or yes or no? And I'm like, God damn it, Microsoft, this is a send email task. The only thing it does is send an email, and and I know it failed because it turned bright red instead of green when I ran it, and so I need to know why it failed. Telling me it failed to send the email gives me no extra information at all. It's just nothing.
Yeah.
I need to see the error stack. Show me the error stack, and it's like there was no way to access the error stack. I was like, God damn it, Microsoft, what are you doing?
Yep.
So I'm sitting there looking at it going like, what have I configured wrong in this? An error message would be really, really helpful right now.
But no, all you get, all the information you get, the
Yeah.
email failed, then
Yes.
have fun.
Yes. And I get that, for the average user of Word or Excel or something, right? The error stack doesn't mean much, right? But this is a task inside a data ETL system, right? The extract, transform, load system designed for moving data around. You would think that that Microsoft would realize that the people using the system are going to be at least a little bit techie and might appreciate more information on their error message.
Yeah, no.
Landing gear deployed.
Are you going to drop me to the Rebel's Dream game, please? Today, sometime? Maybe?
Hmm?
Game refuses to drop me to the mega ship.
Ah,
Like, I'm in the drop animation. It's just not doing anything.
Docking
Oh, there it
successful.
is.
Engines
sometimes it just lags out, yeah. Did it drop you to the right ship though?
Yes, I'm looking at you right now.
Alright, cool. There's been times where it's lagged out and then I've dropped, and then it's dropped out and I've been at someone's sleep carrier. Like, and I'll turn around and the Trailblazer mega ship will be like, you know, like 10 million miles just over that way or something.
I mean the what is it called? Fleet carrier was selected actually when I dropped, but yeah, no, I dropped at the correct location. Just the target was selected wrongly. After drop, before drop, it was selected to this mega ship.
Yeah, yeah.
Something screw up. And...
capacity.
Yes, no, that does happen. I think sometimes when it's lagging out, it then it goes, is there something else in the area that I can target and drop to? And the game just does that.
Game, can you land me, please?
Just game, get your act together, game.
Okay, I'm getting the circle fully bright blue. My landing gear is out, but I'm not docking
Released. Engines engaged.
because reasons, I guess. Dock, please.
Were you on my side of the ship?
Yeah, I was right behind you. Oh, come on, game. Don't do this to me. I am on the correct landing pad, right?
Oh, I'll give you a,
Yes, I am.
we'll give you a thing if you weren't. It'd be like fine for loitering.
Yeah. No, just doesn't dock me.
Yeah, you look correctly on the pad to me. So I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, let's try re-request the docking permission.
Hello.
Bye. Alright, I got 17 now. Let's see if I can dock now. Only lost 39% of hull. Trying to do that.
Yeah. You're like, I'm trying to dock. Ship's like, you're just bouncing off the pad. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. Right, can I dock now? Please? Yes? No? No, I cannot dock at all.
Checking systems now.
Jump out and back in, maybe? See if that resets it.
Sure.
Confirming
Beat
exit
that
point.
game.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, now it won't put me into Super Cruise. Hey, something is fluffy.
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't disconnected with those level of problems. It's normally what would happen.
Yeah. Kind of same. Okay, I'm in Super Cruise. Let's try to drop. to
Engaging
this mega ship
expert.
again.
Frameshift drive charging. Four,
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Alright, off we go.
Key systems are at optimal levels. Readying for exit. Now.
Is it come right or?
Approaching landing pad.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yep, docked.
Nice.
Okay, this took longer than necessary.
4, 3,
I have a pirate messaging me named Al Jerker.
Okay.
At least that's how I'm choosing to read their name.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
Got it, it was a pun.
Warning.
I didn't actually see the pirate name.
That's Al J E-R-K-A. Al Jerker. It's probably not how you actually pronounce that name, but you know.
Probably not, but it's funny. So there you go.
Yeah, so I guess next weekend I will start the stream maybe just a little bit later than normal. Do a little bit before this collab and then go to the collab, I guess. It should be fun. Repo does look like a fun game. Seen people playing that. The other one I've seen a lot of people play lately is something called Schedule 1 or something, where you basically act as a drug dealer, making weird drugs that do weird things.
docking request granted.
Okay.
They just seem,
I mean,
they seem to
have
be
fun,
the
I guess.
they seem to be the there's always that like collab game of the moment, I suppose. At the moment it seems to be those two.
Landing gear deployed.
What's the price at the moment on Steam for some of the just normal trucker games,
Successful. Engines disengaged.
like Euro Trucker and stuff? How much do they cost?
Shouldn't be too much, it's like a 10-year game at this point.
Well, I've just searched on Trucker and there's just so many different games. Euro Truck Simulator 2 is currently 75% off at $8. It's not bad.
So,
I'm not sure I have $8 right at the moment, but if it's still on special, like on payday, a bunch of the American truck simulators are between 10 and 60% off. I'm not sure if it's a weekend deal or if it's I'll keep an eye on them anyway.
well, the promotion for Euro Truck Simulator ends on April 16th.
Oh, that's fine.
At least that's what my Steam page says.
It's probably the same one anyway. Is it 75% off or something like that?
Yes,
Yeah.
for 5 euros.
Alright. I'm gonna have to pick up both repo and that come payday then. It's fine. I'm not sure if I'll be any good at driving a truck. I'll get tips from my brother who does it for a living.
Funny you should mention that. I have a friend that also played Euro Truck Simulator with me, and his dad actually does work with trucks and he's like driving them quite regularly, and he's atrocious at the game.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
To be fair, Dad.
Can't even spark at all.
To be fair, Dad also drives trucks, but there's generally more of a. I mean, before he retired anyway, but it was generally more of a like a side thing. How do I put it? Like, my brother drives trucks for a living; it's just what he does. Whereas then Dad would be like a groundskeeper, but would have a truck license and would drive one of the big heavy groundskeeper trucks at like one place he worked, you know. Or he would be working for a company running portaloos to events or something and would drive a truck for that. So it was different trucks of different things and other jobs in between and whatnot.
Travel mode engaged.
Even Mum actually has technically a truck driver's license, but
For anomaly.
I don't think she ever really drove trucks. She has a heavy vehicle license because many years ago she used to drive buses for
Interesting.
in Wellington, yeah. But she only crashed the buses occasionally, so she was fine. Every now and then, like, apparently a car would just pull out in front of you and there wasn't anything you could do.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Okay, I'm not going to make the joke that keeping the stereotypes alive.
Frameshift drive.
Well, I don't think she even, like, seriously hurt anyone or anything, because normally, like,
Not what I was trying to imply, but
yeah, I know, the female driver stereotypes. But yeah, but like,
4, 3,
I was just making sure people didn't think that she was like, you know, crushing the occasional car into a thin slice of metal on the front of a bus or something. Like normally, when cars pull out, in front of her was on like slow, windy streets where things are moving pretty slow. It's just you can't. Even a slow-moving bus does not stop immediately.
oh yeah, that is very much true.
And then the passenger of the car would get out and be like, I didn't even see you. And Mum's like, giant bus. How do you not see it?
frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, there is a few channels actually that quite regularly post videos from tram drivers,
3, 2,
and yeah, a lot of people just swerve into them. Like the tram can't even like avoid you.
Yeah,
Like
it's,
a normal
it's
car
literally
could.
on tracks, yeah.
Yeah, it's literally on tracks, and like the tram is ringing that it's there. It's making everyone aware that it's there and it's coming, but no, the people just swerve into them, and like there is a green field and no other cars and or mode of transportation have been ever invented.
Yeah.
And they post new material quite regularly, so it's not like they're digging up 20 years of videos. No, it's recent.
Yeah. The problem I have in my car, which I've figured out after a couple of close calls, right, is that you know, like where the windscreen connects at the side on the driver's side,
The next system.
like the bar that goes down there is a little too thick, and then there's one of those things that comes off the side windscreen, like one of those like little covers that comes off the top on the side door. Oh, torrential downpour from being sunny. Look at that.
Yeah, I was about to ask whether it started raining. I think I hear it on the mic.
Just give me a sec and I will go close the door. The dog is no longer trying to enjoy the sunshine, surprisingly.
Warning. Temperature critical.
There you go. Yeah, I do wonder if the occasional like accident is just caused by people not paying attention,
Warning.
like doing that whole
Aren't they all?
offering your head driving on pure instinct thing that we were talking about earlier. But yeah.
Fair.
But I have noticed that that beam that goes like down the side is perfectly the right width to hide an oncoming car in it when you approach like a roundabout or something. Like just the speed that the car moves and the way the beam is positioned and the width of it means that I've occasionally had cars that just look like they come out of nowhere to me, and I've worked out that they're actually hidden in that bit the whole time. Like my speed and their speed as we approach the roundabout has just caused them to stay in that blind spot the entire time.
Yeah, I actually have have the same thing on my car. The side beam is just so wide that sometimes I just don't see the cars at all.
Yeah, it's like they just like you come to the roundabout, they just seem to come out of nowhere, and it's like, God damn it, I was looking.
Yeah, it's not even roundabouts. Like there is like
can be
even regular crossings. Like just if I turn at the same speed that the oncoming car is actually coming in, I just don't see them.
Yeah.
I learned to work around it, of course, like
Yeah.
that. But I have almost caused an accident when I first drove the car.
Yeah, I've had a couple of close calls, and then I've been like, first time I was like, shit, maybe I just wasn't paying attention. And then after it happened the second time, I was like, well, that's a bit weird. Like, and then I was like,
Ow, 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 ow.
and then I was
yep.
like working it out in my
Moving up.
head, like where that came from, where I looked, and yep, destroyed. There we go. See, there you go. Did you accidentally hit the boost?
Oh, I only hit it twice, which is the usual amount I press it usually. I just didn't point it in the correct direction, and then, you know, drift happened.
No.
Oh, that's 16 million down the drain.
Deployed.
Oh no, I have 27 billion more.
Yes, I was gonna say that must be so problematic.
Yep, exactly. Okay, and I can't redeploy because the game is frozen.
Yeah, you're having a lot of trouble.
You know what? I'm going to blame my explosion on
Docking
On the game?
the game lagging out.
Yeah, that sounds legit to me. Yeah, I support this explanation. But yeah, I've learned I have to be careful in the car, right? Like coming up to a roundabout or an intersection and just really pay attention.
Yep.
And even then, sometimes I'll still like, you know, be driving on
Why
instinct
am
and
I
be like, oh,
docked at a random carrier? The hell?
game just decided that's where you were last.
That's not. I've never even been docked at this carrier. Whatever. It's having issues. Noted.
Yeah, it hasn't caused me any problems though, which is weird.
Landing gear retracted. Ship release.
At least not that I've noticed.
Even my scanning and battle mode is wrong. I was switched to combat mode, whereas I always fly in scan mode. And chat is bugging out. Okay.
Frameshift
Duly
drive
noted.
charging.
Vector.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Alright, jumping. Alright, well, while we're going to hand this in for Ed, I'll run another ad break because, pre-rolls are back on for people. Nobody's missing anything particularly exciting, I'm sure.
Frameshift drive charging.
Boom. Off we go. That'll give me another hour or so with pre-rolls off, which will probably be about right for ending the stream. Well, I know it's later there for you because it's not due to the daylight savings thing, so if you need to crash, feel free.
Yeah, no worries. I will leave you alone when I feel like it.
Engaging exit program.
Yes,
look.
that wording was deliberate. Bye.
That's fine. I was going to say, not that I don't enjoy your company, of course, but, I just don't want you to feel like you're obligated to
Yeah, exactly.
stay awake.
Frameshift.
I mean, to be fair, my plans for tomorrow fell through like 2 hours ago, so technically I could sleep in all I want. I don't have to be places around 10-ish, 11-ish AM.
Leaving system.
What sort of plans? Well, I mean, you don't have to answer that, of course, but like, it's weird for plans to fall through at 11:30 at night. It's just.
It's just how to describe it without giving too much information.
Getting together with a group
Basically,
of
I'm
friends.
meeting with a friend almost every weekend to do things, and he messaged me like 2 hours ago that he cannot tomorrow. No energy.
Fair enough.
Frameshift drive
Long story short.
charging.
I figured you're gathering together a group of friends to pool your money and so you could buy America when it goes bankrupt in like a couple of months' time.
Yeah, we already have plans to buy the Gulf of America, or Mexico, or whichever one we want to call it.
Got a laugh out of Robbie. It's good. It's good when the people have a sense of humor about stuff like.
Limits. All other systems are
I always worry I make one of those jokes and somebody in chat will just get like super like super offended or something.
Yeah.
Save you? Yeah. I've had other American friends express similar sentiments, to be honest. I'll give you this though. One thing about your politics over there is that it's always interesting. And it's especially interesting at the moment. Not sure it's interesting in a way you want it to be, but, you know, there's the breaks sometimes. Yeah. The news cycle over here, over the last couple of days, was all about how Trump thought we were tariffing the US 20% on imports. And as if the government is like going to the people over here, going, no, we're not doing that. We don't know where we got that from. We don't know. We don't know. The best news out of that was apparently he put tariffs on a uninhabited island that only has penguins on it.
Landing gear deployed.
I've read, they haven't bothered to verify, but I've read that they put tariffs on some kind of Atlantic Treaty trade route, something. And the only things that are on that route are the US and the US colony, some miles, a couple thousand miles away. So basically, they are taxing. The US is taxing the US.
Yeah.
Again, didn't bother to verify. Might be bullshitting all the way through. But if it's true, it's funny.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing where, like, 15 years ago, you were like, the US government is accidentally tariffing itself. You'd be like, that doesn't sound like a real story. And now you're like, yeah, it could well be true, yeah. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, it is interesting, right? Like,
Okay, that's a creative pirate name.
ooh, what's the pirate name?
Pausanias Xanthis. I probably butchered the pronunciation, but...
Yeah, true. Alright. I handed it in.
FTL cannot even catch me. What a shocker.
I know, right? The colors are way too fast for a big ship. It's just so fast. Right, I handed in, so back we go. I always scroll down this too far. Probably need the ship. Auto launch.
Landing gear retracted.
Initiate.
Ship released. Engines
Loading
engaged.
configuration.
Bum 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 bum
Vectors
bum
for ascent.
bum 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 bum. There we go.
Drive charging.
Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
All systems.
When we finish this, I'm definitely taking one of those screenshots in front of your station with your volcanic world in the background and putting it on like like Twitter or something and be like, I helped build this.
Sure. We can even, you know, pose in front of it with both avocado.
Yeah, that'd be a cool picture, actually.
Warning, temperature critical. Warning.
Yes, landing the hypnotic move, I know.
Beyond
Shut up.
safety limits. Warning, taking heat damage.
Not you.
Frame
Wrong button.
Okay.
drive charging.
Oh. Off we go.
4,
Navigation for next system.
2, 1, engage.
Okay. We're getting to the point where the only thing you'll have left to deliver soon is titanium.
Frameshift drive charging.
2 PM. Only 4,710 to go.
Oh, that's right. We're done. Well, you're done on titanium, weren't you? Forgot about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
titanium is done, but
Yeah. CMM.
CMM component.
Creative pirate name. Alright. I'll have a look at that in a sec.
You don't have
Just-
to.
No, I'm interested.
Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
But I'll wait until I'm auto-docking.
Four, three, two, one, engage.
Alright. Trailblazer Dream. Still got the occasional pirate activity detected signal in here.
Yeah, it's still there.
Apparently there's community goal about some war or something.
There is a community goal. Okay.
Just reminded me, thinking about that. I think there is. Don't quote me on that.
We'll hold you to in contempt if it's not true.
Well, I mean,
I
fair
would have
enough.
to be a judge first, and we will have to be in the judicial context, but you know. Community goal. Yes, there is a community goal. Actually, 2 of them.
Yeah, one for each side, I think.
Yes, you would be correct. What are the rewards?
You know, I never actually looked at the rewards.
A paint job for Federal assault ship.
I'm sure we're still on flies anymore, but
Or Imperial Eagle Empire. Yeah, or paint job for Imperial Eagle.
are they good paint jumps?
Probably not.
I mean, I can play one side against the other and get both paint jobs. That's not a problem.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. Unless you cannot sign up for both, which I would imagine would be possible.
Yeah.
Oh, it started almost 2 days ago. Fair enough.
I only found out about it like yesterday though. Like it wasn't. No one was
I
reporting
mean,
on
I'm
it.
fairly sure it started on. Well, okay, it's 2 a.m. So yeah, a little over a day ago. Yeah, okay, fair
Okay.
enough.
So maybe
I was
that-
looking at the dates, like 3 and 5. That's 2 days, but no, that's not 2 days.
apparently the system authority vessel scanned me and no crimes detected. I'll have
Well,
to
that's
try
okay.
harder.
I can always position myself in front of you so you can crash into me and get the bounty.
You could.
Oh wait, I would have to turn crime zone. Never mind.
It's like I have report crimes turned off by default.
Oh yes. I have been running crimes off for years at this point.
Yeah. Reminds me of some guy I remember being interviewed about like what to do when like somebody breaks into his house. And he's like, do you call the police? He's like, why would I call the police? It's doubtful anyone knows this person's here, and that's maybe the way I want it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're a criminal in the local neighborhood is like, right, I'm not breaking into his house.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Mission board, unavailable. Can still set community goals, okay. Imperial Eagle Empire Etiquette paint job.
Yeah, or Federation Utility paint job.
You can also, if you're pledged to the power you fight for, receive a lot of merits if it emerges victorious in the war.
Yeah, but I'm not, so you know.
Yeah, I don't think we're not signed up to any of these. Visual Assault Ship Federation Utility paint job. Oh. I wonder how many participants I'll get.
Probably quite a few.
Yeah, you might get a bunch of people that are bored of the hauling stuff.
I mean, even Inara says each of the community goals has almost 900 plus participants already.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
So you know.
Well,
Yeah, but this is also a community goal that is for doing combat zones, which is not everyone's cup of tea.
I don't mind combat zones. They can be fun.
Have you been in a space combat zone?
I haven't done much on this account. I have done stuff on the other account.
Oh, well, fair enough.
2, 1.
Yeah, I always forget that you have a well-built commander on the other account.
Yeah.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal
I
level.
used to take I took the Federal gunship in there, right? Like well, not the federal, sorry, the federal Corvette, and into there, and I gave up on launching the fighter after a while. Like, I launched the fighter, and it would just get targeted by a missile and blown up every single time.
Yeah.
It's like, be like, fighters out the hatch, Commander.
Drive charging.
I think they're being targeted, Commander. Fighters been destroyed, Commander. It's like, god damn it.
Yeah, I don't take the fighter to combat zone,
Leaving system.
mostly for the simple-ish reasons of it's a little too trigger happy when an allied weapons hit me, scratch me because I flew into their line of sight, line of fire rather.
All right.
And
yeah.
then the fighter starts fighting the allied forces and everything turns red on me. Which is quite scary, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There's been plenty of times I've had to cut and run from a combat zone, right? Even in the federal Corvette. Like, where things go the wrong way.
Yeah.
It used to be.
So I don't even launch the fighters in combat zones.
Yeah. The
But having them on board, I just don't.
Yeah. The elite ships that spawn in on some of them as well can be quite fun to fight. They can be quite dangerous.
Frameshift drive charging.
Sorry, what?
What are those? I can't remember the name of them. That like do some of the combat zones. Like if you do a low level combat zone, right? Like you don't get them as. But if you do a higher level combat zone, you'll get like towards the end of the fight, like high tier ships will spawn in.
Oh, Spec Ops Wing. Yeah. Yeah, that's fun to fight. And by fun, I mean pain in the ass. Yeah, I cannot survive those if they all turn on me.
Yeah,
That's
no.
Not something I can do.
If they focus
They have
one or two,
they have highly engineered weapons and shields, so
yes,
it's hard to survive.
Yeah, I can take on one of them. I'm probably survive two.
Frameshift drive charging.
If I get more than that on me, I would, yeah, normally will just cut and run at that point. I'm like, nope.
Yep. Same.
And even two can be pushing my luck sometimes, but I'll try it.
3, 2,
I can mostly handle 2. But yeah, anything more than 2 is pushing it very hard.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other
I
systems
quite enjoy when the conflict zones spawn the either Federation Dreadnought or the Empire Nautilus classes. They are just so beautiful ships.
Yeah.
Well, the Federation one is basically a scaled up model of the Corvette, to be fair, but you know. But the Empire one is beautiful.
Even the scaled up one of the Corvette is pretty good. I quite enjoy it. Like it's.
I mean, it's still nice to look at, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it's basically a scaled up model of the Corvette.
Yeah. I do get that the Empire one has a bit like more unique styling though.
Yep,
Empire do love their pretty ships.
they certainly do.
Alright. System colonization ship. It's been a while since I see the like one of the big military capital ships. Actually.
Yep. When I was streaming for a while, Elite, I actually took like a short recording, like few minutes recording of a conflict zone where both of the dreadnought class ships spawned, like the Empire one and the Federal one.
Oh,
It was
nice.
just so beautiful to look at. I'll send you the recording if I dig it up. But it was just so beautiful to look at.
Yeah.
The two massive ships just duking it out between each other.
Docking with
Yeah, I gotta admit, the first time I was in one and a ship jumped in, it really gave me, like, quite a lot of chills down the, down the spine,
Yeah.
like, the whole just, like, big, capital class frameship drive, warning. And then, like, the lightning
Obviously,
storm.
signature detected.
Yeah, and then the lightning storm and stuff. It's very cool.
Yep.
So, yeah. I do like the capital class ships.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, the sound design of them jumping in was very impressive. Like, Elite actually has really good sound design to the game.
Very much so.
landing gear deployed.
Yeah, Elite is a good looking, good sounding game, definitely. That's two things that I cannot fault FDEL almost at all.
Yeah.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright. Confirm item transfer. 81%. Less than 4,000 still to go now.
Nice.
Bigger ship. Hot route. Number one, take us out. Ah, it worked.
Eyes.
Landing gear retracted.
Launching now.
Ship released.
Assembly.
Engines engaged.
Now. Intelligent thrusters engaged. Catastrophic failure imminent. Haha, fooling. No, seriously. All systems nominal. Handoff. Ship is yours.
Captain Kirk was catastrophic failure imminent. Like,
Frameshift drive charging.
I found the videos, so send them to you in DMs.
alright,
You
sounds
don't
good.
have to look at them right now, just, you know,
Yeah.
just saying. Did you watch that clip that I sent? Did you forget?
I actually forgot we were yapping and so like,
Yep, docked.
nice.
Okay, this took longer than necessary.
El Jerker. Yeah. I have a pirate messaging me named Al Jerker.
Okay.
At least that's how I'm choosing to read their name.
Warning. Temperature.
I cut the portrait view of that clip to include the chat only, which inherently made your head bigger on the clip. But that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can of course clip your own version if you want. Yeah. You don't have to use mine.
Yeah, you can actually also edit other people's, like, you can edit clips even after they're created now. Which is something Twitch edited at some point. I don't know when, but
Wait,
it was...
what? Wait. What did they add?
So it used to be once you created a clip, you couldn't go, once it was fully created, you couldn't go back and edit it, right? But if I wanted to now, I can go into your clip, or I can go into one of my clips, click edit, and it'll take me back to like the clip editing thing. And I can change like the vertical and stuff. Yeah, so you can just go back into it. So if you're like, so like if you finish editing a clip and then you're like, you're rewatching it and you're like, oh, I screwed something up, you can go back in and re-edit it, like, you know, within the within the boundaries of what you could originally edit for the clip anyway.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, noted.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that's nice. I didn't know they added that.
no, I didn't, like, it took me a little while to realize that I added that. When I first started streaming, you couldn't. So it's been some time
Yeah,
in the
that's
last...
not been the case for quite a long time. That has to be.
Yeah, it's been sometime in the last couple of months, probably. May have taken me a little while to realise I could go back in and edit them, but I did at some point.
Yeah, I haven't tried in quite a while, so yeah, it has to be somewhat recent. Last several months.
Yeah, the last several months is probably right. Yep, sometime in there.
Warning. Temperature critical.
I do like that Twitch keeps doing that kind of thing. They also added like a
Charging.
auto, like a export to Instagram like link as well. It wasn't there before.
Oh, yeah, that is somewhat recent as well. Yeah, that is true.
Navigation for next system.
I think I saw a banner like a week ago or 2 weeks ago that they added it.
Yeah, it's been there a little longer than that. I can't remember exactly when it showed up. It's not been there particularly long though. Like a month or two maybe, at most.
But
I think I've used it twice.
okay.
I do export to Instagram, but like I just realized that like if you auto export, like then you're not really picking your like thumbnail or anything from like the video or anything. So it just, I mean, it does create it. So once or twice when I've been in a hurry, I've auto exported to Instagram, but normally I'll upload and then decide which bit of the video I want to show as the thumbnail or something like that. I'm not as good as most other creators at actually getting around to creating proper thumbnails for things. But
Yeah, I mean, you are a one-man show, so understandable.
yeah, but I do at least try to make the effort of picking something in the video that at least looks interesting or something like that as the
Gotcha.
thumbnail thing. But you can't do that for YouTube Shorts. Apparently you can if you edit them on your phone, but I haven't tried. But when you upload a YouTube Short via like just like the website, like it just does not give you the ability to choose a moment in the short. Both TikTok and Instagram do that much better.
Yeah, so what you're saying, we need a fourth service that does the good things from all.
It's definitely like I definitely understand like why bigger creators like support like a clipper channel or something, or someone that clips their stuff and puts it up, right? Even though the clipper makes the money off the views of it on YouTube or whatever, like it's just,
Yeah.
it's a lot of work to create that content. If somebody else is doing it for you and it's driving viewers back to your proper YouTube channel and your Twitch streams and stuff, yeah,
Exactly.
makes a lot of sense.
I even heard, I'm not sure if it's true, probably is, I even heard that this Filian is even paying clippers to actually run their channels.
Might be true.
Or used to. Or used to. Might not be doing it anymore, but used to.
Yeah, I think the common arrangement, and don't quote me on this because I'm not 100% sure. It's probably something along the lines of like you clip the stuff, you put it on your clip channel, and you get the YouTube income when the channel grows, and you know, or something. Yep. And that's yeah. But no, you've got to be a fairly popular streamer for that to work for somebody, right? Like,
oh, I mean, yes.
Yeah, someone making a clip channel with my stuff is probably not getting YouTube monetization anytime soon. But like, I do see, I mean, like, it probably would, like, if you could afford it, like, paying somebody early on, like, I'm not sure if it makes sense to pay a clipper. I think I'd like, if I could afford to pay somebody to do work for me, it would probably be a video editor, right? And then they give me the edited video and I upload it to my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Because making like, I mean, editing a clip, making a clip and then just putting it up on YouTube or something, on YouTube Shorts or an Instagram and TikTok doesn't take very long. But making a clip and then editing it, like to put in various things, can add like a good extra 45 minutes or something, you know, like, well, I'm probably slower than a lot of people though at doing that, because I don't do it all that often. And then if you're trying to just add like stuff to like a 4-minute long YouTube video or something, oh, then suddenly it's a lot of extra time. And so it's just like that time savings would be, and then you get an edited video at the end of it, right? Would be super useful. But usually you have to have the money to pay someone to do that. And I don't. So, for the moment, one-man band.
I mean, I wasn't suggesting you start doing that, but yeah.
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, it would be nice if I could, but...
Yeah, no.
Yeah, when you look at the like the really big streamers, you know, whether they're YouTubers or otherwise, it's always like you start realizing, you know, like how much support is around them. So some of the corporate ones have like the support built in when they join a corporation, and then a lot of the indie ones just like start making enough money that they can pay people to do stuff.
Frameshift drive charging.
Which then frees them up to be more creative and more, you know, focused on what they're doing, which then makes them grow even more. So it works out pretty well.
Yep, exactly. It's a positive feedback loop.
Yeah.
I can't speak. Oh, okay, it's too late. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Confirming exit point on the...
Well, I see sometimes I see like people starting off and they're like, should I get a manager or something? It's like, no, if you've got money to spend on hiring somebody to do something, like get an editor or something. Don't worry about a manager.
Or invested into the stream, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get other people on your payroll.
Yeah, or you know, commission art or that kind of thing, right? Like it's just. Don't pay someone to tell you what to do if you're, you know, you probably don't need that.
Yeah, that's one thing, but don't put someone dependent on you. You are hiring someone, you are providing a living for someone. Well, that is the implication that you are providing a
Well, you're at
living
least contributing to the living. I mean, you may not be hiring them as a full-time thing, right? Like they may be...
fair, but, you know, still. I wouldn't want someone even partially dependent on me if I cannot guarantee that I will keep my schedule always running, just, you know. And to keep a schedule running just so that I have to think about other people that they are dependent on me, yeah, that's not that takes all the fun out of streaming. Would have taken all the fun out of streaming for me.
That would be a problem, right? Like, it would add that extra layer, right? Like, and that's the thing, is that I don't know that people getting into this realize that once you get to a certain point in growth and stuff, it really becomes like a business, right? And you have to consider, like, do I actually want to take the day off streaming even though I feel really crook? Or, you know, like, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
are the people I'm collabing with going to be let down because I can't make the stream because I'm feeling really sick? It's like, you know, if I can't stream for a couple of days, is that going to impact the workflow of the people that work for me, my editors and other stuff? Once it becomes a business, I mean, you're right, like a lot of the fun is going to be taken away.
Frameshift drive
Implicitly, yeah.
charging.
And I found that with a lot of stuff. Like when I was younger, I used to really enjoy going like on big hikes and stuff. I was like, I'll work in outdoor education. I'll take people hiking. And then, well, I started taking people hiking, and then I realized that actually they can't hike very far, and I have to spend a lot more time considering the risks of what I'm doing. And then, you know, like if something goes wrong and one of these people hurts themselves, that's on me, and it's like not as much fun as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, exactly.
So people, if you're out there watching this and you have a fun hobby, and you think you can turn it into your source of income, be a little careful and think that through. I'm not saying don't do it, I'm just saying just be aware that what makes it fun may change significantly if you go down that path.
I would also add more so, think about it more so if you're going to include other people in your fun.
Yeah.
Like if it's a solo adventure, okay, you are not impacting anyone else but you. But yeah.
I think most people can learn to like streams and stuff sometimes, right? It's just like when you first start off, it's trying to keep the constant talking going, especially like you first start off streaming, you got literally nobody in your chat and you try to like keep talking like there is someone there, because there's like a delay before, like even if you're watching your viewer count, which I suggest not doing, there's like a delay between someone showing up in your thing and that viewer count actually updating. So by the time it goes, so like you just gotta keep chatting like there is someone watching the whole time. You can have quiet moments, but
Docking request granted.
it's a good way to meet people though, make friends. I made a bunch of friends via doing this.
Landing gear deployed.
Be it other streamers or viewers.
Yeah. Other streamers is difficult though, like because they've got the same problem. Yeah, they got the same.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Robbie.
Yeah. It reminded me of a conversation I had a while back with my niece, actually.
Engines disengaged.
I'll get into that later, maybe. So,
Okay.
but like I was gonna say, like making friends with other streamers is really hard, though. Like in a sense, like you can make friends with them, and then but then you like if you just want to like message them and be like, hey, do you want to play this game with me? Like, even off stream or something. A lot of the time they'll be like busy doing something else, planning a stream or you know, editing a video or doing, you know, like the time ends up being used up, which is the same for me, right? Like a lot of the time it's like, oh, I should be editing a video, but I can't be bothered, or I should be doing this, you know. It can be quite time consuming, even when you're not really like a hardcore serious streamer or anything.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I wasn't even like, come on, game, please work with me, thank you. I wasn't even like doing clips or anything for when I was playing with Flowtastic way back when.
Yeah.
I was just backing up his streams to YouTube because he wasn't doing that, and even that took effort and time from me. So even though I automated the whole way, I still had to, you know, come online and launch the script that would do the thing in, I don't know, half an hour. Like, okay, yes, it's in half an hour that the process is taking, but it's still taking mental note from me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, oh, you're getting interdicted. There's a pirate
I
after
can
you.
kill them.
Frameshift drive charging.
You can run away from them.
You won't even be able to turn by the time I run from them. Don't worry about it. It's a Mamba. It's too slow.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Reminds me, the conversation with with Robbie, saying that he enjoys me and Ed chatting, reminds me of the one time I was talking to a niece, related to my partner, right? Like my partner's brother's girl. She was about 17 or 18 now. I think she was about 11 at the time, and she wanted to come and visit for a couple of days, and we're like, yep, cool. Then we're like, why do you want to come visit us? And she's like, sometimes I like the way you and your partner talk and when you have conversations. I was like, okay, that's cool.
Frameshift drive charging.
Apparently we have interesting conversations sometimes.
3.
Oh, come on, leave me alone, pirate. Sorry, wasn't paying attention last 2 minutes, was responding to a friend.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not sure what you said, but
Ah.
I heard, it sounded like praise, so I'm taking it. Even if it wasn't.
It was about a conversation I had with my partner's niece like a number of years ago. She's coming to visit, and she was like, I like coming to visit you guys because I like listening to the conversations you and your partner have. Like, apparently we had more interesting conversations that were going on between her mum and her dad in her place.
Yeah. I remember a number of years ago at this point, I was a kid basically at that point. My grandmother's brother that was older than her, he was married,
No.
and like, okay, they were quite old at that point, like think 50 or 60 plus.
Yeah.
And their conversations were not, well, I'm going to say they're not happening almost at all. Like they had very little to talk about. And I was actually kind of always fairly comfortable with talking to people of all ages. Like I didn't really care if you were 5 or 50. I could almost always find a conversation, a topic to talk to you with.
Yeah, talking to kids is relatively easy most of the time.
To kids, yes. To older people, not so much. I was like 15 at that point, maybe. Anyway, the thing I was gonna say is, one time we were visiting her brother, and me and his wife somehow, I don't know how, don't ask me, got separated in the house while my grandmother, mom, and her brother were outside. And apparently, I don't remember this, but I got this recounted to me later, that apparently they caught us at some point talking to each other, and they had zero idea what we could possibly talk to each other, and obvious, and as was said to me, the conversation was quite lively. So it was not like about nothing. It was just about something, but we talked to each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of a side story to what you said, that you have quite interesting conversation with your partner.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we'll chat like politics or other stuff, or just other bits and pieces, you know, like just whatever comes up sometimes, and it's just, you know. And I guess, I mean, some households just don't have those conversations sometimes. I mean, it's not like it's not like anything I say is gonna offend her or vice versa, so. I mean, not to be mean to her, not to be mean to my partner's brother and his wife, but they are not always the most running conversationalists in the world. And they also sometimes, like, have very weird ideas. I remember one time they were arguing back and forth over whether or not a rabbit was just a baby hare or not. And I was just watching in amusement.
Docking request granted.
Yeah. Ooh, 82%. Less than 3 loads to go of steel. Well, full load, I mean. Not sure there will always be a full load to grab, but if there is, then great. If not, that's fine.
Well, I'm back at the colonization mega ship, and
Yeah, I'm about to leave my colonization ship.
I will grab
So
steel.
looks like if there is enough, looks like you will be the one to deliver the final nail in the coffin for steel. Which is fine, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm quite popular with the my actual blood niece as well, my brother's daughter. And I think that's because she's really talkative, and she wanted to be a YouTube star or something at some point. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of up to your parents, but if you want me to film a video for you at some point, I can do that. And then, like, I ended up bringing my camera, and I, like, put a proper mic on her, like a proper lapel mic, and filmed this video where she was talking about the puppies that they had, because their dog had puppies. And she was holding each puppy up and introducing it to the camera very awkwardly. It was quite adorable. And then I gave that to her parents. And I was like, it's up to you whether you want to put that on YouTube or not. But, you know, there you go.
Yep. Makes sense.
And ever since then, I've been one of her favourites. Every time I show up, she gets, like, very excited.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They were very cute puppies, to be fair.
Well, I mean, unless it's a Chiba, but they are almost always cute.
Yeah. I don't know that I've ever managed to find any ugly puppies. That is true. Like,
Gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
oh, I'm getting a phone call. Just a second. And ironically, that was my dad ringing me up with a question about Elite Dangerous. He's like, what was the keyboard shortcut I had for jumping to, like, without having a target? I'm like, the one to jump you to Super Cruise. He's like, yeah. I'm like, he's like, because I'm trying to get around the sun. And I'm like, wait, have you,
Navigation for next system.
like, is the sun blocking you leaving from somewhere, or have you gotten too close to the sun and dropped out? He's like, the second one. I'm like, alright, you need to find your escape vector then. Instead of targeting it. It was like, oh, that's right.
Point 11. Stand.
But it sounds like he's playing and trying to deliver stuff to his construction ship, so that's good.
Good.
He was just getting slightly frustrated.
Understandably.
Frameshift drive
it
charging.
is a game with a big learning curve, so. And if he hasn't, I haven't seen him on the last week or so, so. He'll have forgotten a few things. They won't have set in properly yet.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, which way was I headed? I headed towards your ship.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Yeah.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected. Is that?
Oh. Oh, when my partner gets up, I'll tell her I've managed to water all the outside plants today.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, this should be a good time of year to go try and do some like mushroom photography or something at some point.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Time to get high. I know it's not that kind of mushroom, you know.
Well, I mean, might find that kind of mushroom.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
Well, maybe.
I wouldn't know what they look like though.
True.
I'm an innocent. I'll know if I ever take photos of them, put them up online, like thinking they're a normal mushroom, and someone's like, "Where exactly did you find that?"
The third tree from the hill.
There's this local walking track. If you go about halfway up it, and then look behind a big tree on your right.
Ship, please slow down. Damn. Ouchie.
Well, it's only 10% hull, you're fine.
Yeah. Still unnecessary damage, but yeah,
Do you have an engineered hull or?
not at all. Like there is nothing to engineer as far as the hull goes of this. I don't even I don't have hull reinforcements.
You can engineer the hull itself though, like if it's a normal hull, Ben was right though, I tested this and you can put like deep plating on a normal hull and it doesn't increase the mass of the ship.
I don't think I have any engineering on the hull itself. I'll check, but I don't think I do.
I'm not sure if I do on the ship either actually, to be honest. I'm not even sure how you check. That's not like the hull shows up as a module, right?
Yeah, that doesn't show up as a module.
Landing gear
At
deployed.
least I don't think so.
No, it
You
just
don't
is.
see it.
No, I don't see it either. But you get things like cockpit canopy and stuff. It's like,
When you deliver, tell me how much steel is still missing. I'll pick it up. Seems like I will be at the collection spot slightly earlier than you.
Docking successful.
Alright.
Engines disengaged.
construction services.
Could be some 400 something.
338.
Maybe 300. 338. Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Alright.
Aye, that's another material knocked out of the board. Only CM and composites remain.
Very, very nice.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines
Alright.
engaged.
I'll probably do one more. I'll go grab a load of CMM composites, but then I'll probably have to consider having lunch, so...
I mean, you are about to stream for 5 hours, so
That is true.
understandable.
Yeah. I often don't eat before stream either, because like I'm not really a big breakfast right when I get up thing. I was a little hungry today though, so I had a little snack before I started stream, so it hasn't been too bad.
Good, good.
Key systems are at optimum levels, readying for exit.
So have we done about 10% again? It's normally what we get through in a roughly 5-hour session.
Actually, I think so. It was like 72% and it's at 82, so yeah.
Frameshift drive.
And will be actually 83 by the time I deliver my load and you yours.
So, well, there you go, people watching. If you want to build a tier 3 station, you're looking at about 1% an hour unless you're really,
Hull integrity.
really focused.
All other systems are at normal levels.
Maybe you pull it, maybe be slightly faster as well if you're like, you know, within a jump or two of a colonization beagle ship.
Yeah, less jumping means shorter time. Yes. Or, you know, we could have employed the carrier to do this as well.
Yeah, the thing I noticed about the carrier though is like it doesn't have that speed up mechanism that you get when you're like filling up your thing at a.
That is true.
Yeah, so it takes a while to transfer stuff.
Yeah, that is true.
But I think we're starting to get out to the point where if we were to push out much further, then I'm not really planning on doing that at this point in time. But you start after considering whether or not you take the fleet carrier.
I was actually thinking about trying to look through systems that are a distance that is somewhere between the system we are building and the collection system. Like if there is any, you know,
Frameshift drive charging.
decent enough systems in reasonable range, like the 100 light years, that sounds about doable
Yeah.
without carrier.
It's also, I mean, like,
4,
Vector.
3,
you sort of branch off, right? I'm gonna be a...
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. But I mean, you can sort of, like, we came out, and then you can... Other systems will be...
Anomalies, none detected.
branching off from various places. You can probably go and look at some of those branches, and they might still be close enough to the To the carrier. Mega ship, sorry.
Yeah, as I said, I'm thinking about doing that, but I'm not sure I will. I mean, 6 systems is quite a lot as it is. Even if I cannot build a lot in 3 of them. But, you know,
Yeah,
still.
it's going to take me a while to develop out the 6 systems I've got, so... But like, I kind of made sense to claim a bunch of systems and then worry about developing it up later, because like the stuff may change, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And how you build the system may end up changing. I don't think there's any harm in me starting to develop stuff though with the current rules. I'll just... Well, current rules is probably the current understanding of how things work.
Mm. I mean, it doesn't much affect me in the initial system that I played, because I always planned on making that a tourist-oriented system.
Yeah.
And, you know, that doesn't quite matter what I build where.
That is true.
Docking request granted.
So, if we actually take a look at my initial system, I think some stuff has screwed me up a little bit temporarily, but not in a major way, right? Like, which one is my original system? It was the one I got some builds in. This one.
Landing gear deployed.
Like, so the current understanding is that you want to build a colony type spaceport, and then you want some stuff on a planet to probably like actual hubs on a planet to drive the economy of the planet underneath. So here I have where I had an extraction thing, and then I built a installation above it. So this isn't really going to work out very well.
Engines disengaged.
Over here, I think, is where I built the refinery hub. So I could actually build something in orbit above this, and it should pick up the refinery stuff, which would be kind of cool. The thing I'm working on here with the Huey Horizons asteroid base will be extraction, because that's what asteroid bases are. And without much ability to... Well, actually, that's not true, because like I've got another space thing here, so I could influence its economy, I guess, by building another one, by building some sort of orbital thing. And over here, I got this planet that had a lot of ground area, but I built an orbital food farm installation above it.
Also, a soft reminder that the space installations and or starports currently do not take the economy of the surface installations if they are built in the order of surface installation, space installation. They just don't pick it up. So, you know, maybe wait for a fix on that front before building anything about the planet.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so what I expect to get fixed, right? So this is a farm, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, it's a farm installation. So there should be agricultural things, anything on the planet once things are fixed, right? So, and once they fix the problem with starport, planet-side starports not picking up stuff, not picking up economies for the local body, I can build a decent starport here or some large settlements or something, right? And have them all influence each other and build some sort of viable economy around here. These ones here were like the 2 spots on each planet. So this one started with our planetary port. But like I could build like an extraction hub, a refinery hub or something, and then like a space thing above this. Or this one. They got multiple
Yep.
things above them. So there's still a lot I can do with this. Like I probably wouldn't, if I realized it was all about the local body, I probably wouldn't have built this here. I would have put like a tier 2 or something starport above this planet, but it's not the end of the world.
Does that say 6 available spots for surface installations?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen that many.
I have in some, there is in some of the other systems as well, I think. If you look
Oh, I
at,
have none, so I'm envious now.
if you look at the latest one I claimed, or working on claiming, up here, not far away, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous looking system for like building stuff. Right? So you have both of these here that have 6 on them, right? And
Nice,
and a
nice.
ring above them. So
Nice.
yeah. And then
Well,
you
as
can-
I said, I am now envious. I don't think I have a system that is more than the 3.
yeah, I don't like. I feel like it's probably not quite as beneficial as people think it is at the moment, because like as Commander Mention was saying, you have this problem where you, if you influence, like if the influence an economy type has on a station falls under 50%, not all the goods become available, right? So
Yeah.
probably the most efficient way to build an economy is to simply like use use some of the planets to build like a bunch of stuff, and some of the orbital stuff to build a bunch of stuff just for construction points, and then find a system, you know, that like this one here, where you can essentially put 2 hubs down and then build something in orbit above it, and that would create 2, like if you build a colony thing in orbit and then you put the hubs down, then you can drive the economy. I think there's a problem with the order which you build stuff as well. I can't remember which way around it was, whether you build the starports first or you build the ground things first.
That's literally what I said like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well,
If you do it in the ground and space order, then the space station won't pick up the economy of the ground one.
apparently it will, but you have to build another ground one, and then it will pick everything
Oh
up.
yes, but
Yeah.
in the system that you were showing before, you can't build anymore, since you know that planet only had space for 1.
So you build the space
And actually,
port
I
first.
just checked all my systems. I don't have a system where I can build more than 3 surface installations. I will have to go and find one that allows me to build more. Now I want one.
Fair enough. What are we have floating around? What's in this system? Two, 3. No, that's not as good. Let's just have a look around. What have we got? There you go. Claim that one. 6 and 4.
Send it to me to chat.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay. Thanks. Alright, I'm gonna finish up and probably hit the bed. It's 3 a.m. anyway.
Yes.
Thank you for the help with the steel. Much appreciated.
Not a problem.
Please deliver the CMN composite by tomorrow.
I cannot guarantee that.
Understandable. It's still 40,000, so.
Yeah.
Alright. You're going to end soon anyway, so.
I am. Yeah.
Enjoy your Saturday and talk to you later, I guess, tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds
If
good.
you're gonna stream, that is.
Yeah, no, I'm planning to stream. So.
Yeah.
Also, that system has a nice, easy name as well. Looks like. So.
Nice and easy name. You send me the system name where the colonization trailblazer ship is.
Ah, damn it. I copied the wrong thing. Hold up.
Yeah.
Where was that system then? It was one of
I
these
have
ones.
no idea.
This one? Pretty sure it's this one. Is this one?
But it looks quite far. Or maybe it's because
No,
you
it's,
are at the colonization ship.
Yeah, it's because I'm at the colonization ship. I don't think it's probably within range of stuff at the moment. Possibly. So we scroll out. Maybe someone's building something here. So it may end up in range.
Yeah,
I'm
send
not
me
sure.
the name. I'll look how far it is.
Yeah, you can work it out.
Yeah, since I'm at my colonization ship.
And I'll have a look in a second. I'll deliver these CMM components and I'll have a look and see if there's other ones floating around that I thought were good.
It's currently 27.8 light years away.
Yeah, okay. So it is a little out of range at the moment. What was this?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there is someone, as you said, there is someone building quite close to it, which might actually be in range. We'll have to look.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Was
I'll
this
thank
one
for
over-
the suggestion.
Was this one over here or one I looked at before? Oh, this one has also got planets with lots of stuff in it. 5 and 6. Is that the same one? Hold up. No, it's not. Oh, damn it. Why does it keep going back to like the one you're on? That annoys me.
Yeah,
So that was
I
the one
agree.
I suggested, and then there was maybe this one over here. Just in case, I will copy the name before I look at it. I'm pretty sure. Again, might also be out of range of anything right at the second, but I mean that's pretty nice. And again, big planets towards the start.
Yep.
There you go. Alright, have a good
Yep,
night's sleep.
Oh, they are. But the thing is, they are all even further from the collection system than,
Yeah, I was bouncing
than the
around.
current one.
I was bouncing. Yes, I know, but I was.
Ah, it's fine.
I'm not even sure if anything's in range of the second one either at the moment, but I don't know. I was just sharing systems I found. might be
That,
Might
no
be of
worries, thank
interest
you
at
very
some
much
point.
Anyway.
might be of interest at some point.
Yep.
All right. Well,
Alright, heading out. Yep.
so yeah, I'll deliver this load of CMMs and then
Yeah.
yeah. Alright.
Retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Alright, up we go. Yeah, I did some scouting around at one point trying to find a world with a nice big volcano, like a system with a nice big volcanic world,
Frameshift drive charging.
but wasn't having much luck. So, I got a few things bookmarked that I felt were interesting as I was running through anyway. But yeah, some of them are out a little bit.
For next system.
I don't think I've seen any planets yet that have more than 6 ground slots on them though. So that might be the max, or it might just be that it's rare to get higher than that.
System scan complete.
Boom, boom. Alright. 3 jump steeds system.
Frameshift drive charging.
I wonder if you're not building a asteroid base, if you can actually make the one of the tier 2 bases extraction. Do you get a tier 2? Probably not. I think you only get colony. Alright, let's jump and get rid of the heat alarm. Stop the magic smoke from escaping from the front panels there. We need that to run the ship. It's just like with computers, when all the magic smoke escapes out the back of the computer stops running. And off we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected. Isn't that
System colonization ship. Alright. Now I should check and make sure I actually have stuff. Oh. How about that? I left the other ship and I didn't actually buy the CMM components. Oh well. Well, I guess we're still going here to anyway because we need to refuel. That was a clever way to end the stream. I'm very onto it. Still really like this volcanic world. You don't see as much lava from this angle. Or maybe this distance, I guess. Starting to see some. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Well, we made it back to Ed's colonization ship. It's a shame we forgot to buy the CMM composites. But that's alright. It's always tomorrow.
Docking request granted.
Alright, while I'm auto-docking, I'll link my socials and then find someone to raid out to. Just in case anyone wants to follow me on any sort of social media. There are periods where I'm quite active and then periods where I'm a little bit less so, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. And let's find someone to raid. Who are we gonna raid? Who's on that we follow? Let's find out. Ooh, Hero Senpai. Arsons.
Disengaged.
Bow Sheep. Bow Sheep, but she's using her old model, Kimrai. Mr. Gale. Oh, Minnie's on. Haven't raided Minnie in a while, actually. Let's raid Minnie. Cool. See what she's up to. Yeah, she's active. Alright. Minnie's doing some art related stuff. And maybe something to do with Dragon Ball Z, by the look of it. Alright, hope everyone's had fun today. I've had fun playing. Hope everyone's had fun watching. And I'll see everyone tomorrow with any luck. Alright, Ray going out.
Alright. Just letting you guys know. I'll see you guys in a bit. Oh, after I raid our raiders. Hi, Winarctos! Welcome in! Hello, raiders. My name is Minifo, and I'm about to go take my lunch break, but this is my brother Rune, adopted brother Rune.
Hello.
And he will be entertaining you with some Dragon Ball Z gacha. But please go check out Win. Speaking of emotes, I also had the honor of doing Win's emotes. Nice to meet you all. I really, really appreciate that. Hi, Win. Win's very, very good at photography. That is a fun fact about Win that I've learned.
Ooh, photography.
Photography, yeah, there's a lot of pet photography and stuff. It's really, really cute.
I'm always jealous of people that are very good at like photographs.
It is an art in itself. It's
I don't
an
have
art in
steady
itself.
hand.
That's more than fair.
My hands be always shaking, so I never take good photos. So anyone who is good at photography, my heart goes out to you. Y'all are the best.
This is the emo I just recently made.
Oh, they can't. Wait, are you bringing on?
What do you mean?
All right, there's a delay. There's a delay. Never mind.
Easily. Give me a second.
My delay is like pretty bad.
It's kind of funny the way it stares into the void.
Honestly, you can probably like leave that there.
Honestly, I can put it behind you. It looks like Jed's like judging you or something.
Just judging the polls.
Honestly, that's a vibe. I'm not adding the shoe PC! Stuff like the shoe PC makes me not approve all of them.
Well, you don't like a shoe PC?
Shoe! Shoe!
Shoe. Yeah, shoe.
Shoe!
It's a PC inside a shoe, right?
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Now, speaking of shoe, Mini, go eat.
Okay.